Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Maine's biggest and fastest track, Wiscasset Speedway. And tonight's stacked racing program is brought to you by the Hometown Foundation Incorporated. They are a nonprofit charitable organization committed to supporting those in need in conjunction with Bazzuto's Incorporated, its family of retailers and community business partners. The Hometown Foundation was established in 2002 and raises money to support a broad range of programs that meet community standards. The foundation's focus and commitment center are around 5 key program areas, which include animal welfare, emergency response personnel, individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities, major illness or those in need, and the military. Our year-round programs are devoted to strengthening our local communities to create a more cohesive and inclusive society. You can see more about the Hometown Foundation at hometownfoundation.org. And again, they are benefiting tonight's racing program that includes double late model and Roadrunner features tonight, folks. Late model feature number 1 will kick off the action at 5 o'clock promptly, followed by the first of 2 Roadrunner features as well. Then we'll get into the heat race action, which includes Strictly Streets, Crown Vics, and Modifieds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time to go racing at Wiscasset Speedway. I'm your pre-race host, Nick Huff, and it's time to cool the engines with today's Spotlight interview. Let's head pitside and talk to some of our top competitors as they prepare for today's racing action. Today's pre-race Spotlight interviews are brought to you by Coastal Auto Parts, operating 30 Napa Auto Parts stores across the state of Maine. Find a Coastal Auto Parts Napa near you at capnapa.com.
Turn it on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, testing.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
It's Andrew McLaughlin, ladies and gentlemen. That is certainly a familiar name that we haven't heard around here for a while, but Andrew, I dare say that years down the road you might be like a Hall of Fame nominee with your career for a few years back there. Tell us, you've won a Coastal 200 here. Did you win a championship as well?
Yeah, I won a championship the year after I won the Coastal. I think you were probably around for the Coastal 200 victory as my spotter. Thank you. I don't know about Hall of Fame. Maybe too many years off. But if we can get back running up front and winning some races, maybe we can turn it into something like that at some point. But we're just here to have some fun.
Yeah, so what you been doing all these years? When's the last time you raced here?
2021, so I guess it's been 5 years. Mostly a lot of family time. My son just graduated high school, so we attended a lot of his sporting events over the years that we probably would have had to miss if we were still racing and whatnot. So I figured there was plenty of time to race down the road, and he had a successful high school athletic career, so it was real fun to go around and watch him compete and whatnot. So yeah, just looking forward and seeing a lot of my old racing friends and, having some fun at the track.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you've been doing. I know that you came 2 weeks ago and we're already doing the mingling and catching up with old friends, but we rained out that night, unfortunately. But I'm sure it's starting to get a little bit annoying, right? Everybody's just like, where you been? What you doing?
Not really. No, I think it's been, kind of expected. People that haven't seen you for a while, being away from the game as long as I have, I miss all those people. So you want to talk to them, and you feel like family with people you see at the track. So it's nice to be back, mingling with everybody, and hopefully I can fit in well with the crowd out there racing.
So what do you got for a car? What's the scoop on the chassis you got these days?
Funny story, it's the same chassis I always had when I raced. I've had it since 2012. Ben Erskine originally built the car. Jeff Burgess built it in 2004 or 5. Ben Erskine ran it for a couple years. I ended up with it. And then Daniel Harding bought it off me and raced it for a couple years. And they offered to sell it back to me, and I just couldn't refuse. So I know the car well, and hopefully we can get it back to being competitive like it was when I was racing it.
So Daniel Harding won the Coastal 200 last year, I think, or was it this year? It's the same car that he won it with the No, it's not that same car.
No, he had gotten a different car in the meantime, and he won his Coastal 200 in his newer car. So they had this car sitting around, and Dan figured he'd give me a call and see if I was interested in it, and the timing happened to be right for that. So I'm thankful and glad to be back.
All right, I'm sure you got a lot to do, Andrew, and double features tonight, kicking off right off the bat with a late model feature immediately. So good luck today.
Thank you. Good to see you.
See you, dude. How about Ben Erskine? Ben Erskine's also back in the number 4, another driver that we haven't seen for a long time. So Ben, what's your story?
Just kind of got away from it for a few years and focused on business stuff and kids growing up and all that good stuff. So it's been 5 years. Same as Andrew, we stopped 2021 and kind of stayed in contact all the years and was going to come back same time. So it's kind of neat to do it the same day.
Yeah, that's cool. Is there any correlation with you and Ben Nile? Is the Ben Nile crew helping you out here?
Yeah, Ben's actually done all the setup on the car. And, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him working on it. So, known him since he was a kid. You know, he used to race with his dad at Unity, so it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's all coming together. I definitely wouldn't be here if he wasn't putting the time into it. So, yep.
Yeah, I remember those days too. Tony Nile behind the wheel. Yeah. Those were the old days when you had to have the little catch thing over the right rear fender.
Oh yeah, the wheel catches. Yeah, definitely. That was the good old days. Yeah. Your Super Street car reminded me of the good old days. Seeing that last week with your dad's paint scheme on it and the Ford engine and stuff. That's cool. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Yep.
So, what's the scoop behind your car? Where'd this chassis come from?
This one here was one of Johnny Clark's cars. It's around a 2019 Port City phase. As Joel told you, it was like a 1.5 phase, which is not really, but I just purchased it this spring. So we've been kind of picking away on it and kind of use it today as a practice, but hopefully get the rust knocked off and maybe see what we can do in the second feature probably.
Yeah, you got 2 chances at it. So you say, family and business, just like everybody would say. What you got going on for a business? You got a trucking outfit, is that right?
Yeah, trucking, in the woods, and we do some wide floor stuff too, like mills, waste, wood waste, stuff like that. Yep.
So you go out in the woods, like for logging, and like, is it just a lot of travel, overnights and stuff?
Not a lot of overnights, but 15, 18-hour days, a lot of weekends, so you're pretty busy and not much time to do anything else. It's kind of takes up 95% of your time, so the other 5% you can try to do family stuff and relax what you can. So it's hard to believe that being away from racing, this was my relaxing, you know what I mean? It was my thing to look forward to all week, so it is fun to be back and around everybody again and see familiar faces like you and Ken and everybody when you get here, so it's nice to be back.
Yes, you say looking forward to it all week and probably all summer, I'm assume. So I hope that's still the same story after tonight.
Me too.
I hope you're still smiling like you are right now.
Yeah, we will be either way. Yeah, we will be. The competitiveness hasn't sunk in yet. So just hope we have a good clean night. It'll be. It's always been a good group of drivers in this class here. Anyways, the late models to me have always stood out here. So. Especially having Andrew back, Mark Lucas. I see some other guys are back too. So that's good.
That famous. I mean, I know it's Mark Lucas, but it's the paint scheme that Chris Staples didn't he kind of inception that paint scheme?
I think so, and that's actually going back in time too to Unity Raceway. In our first year, I ran Andrew's car as a pro stock when it was brand new. I think I raced against that same paint scheme. So around the John Crawford days, of Unity Raceway. So
Yeah, so he's who I want to go catch up with next, Mark Lucas. And so I hope you have a good night. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
See you, dude.
Thanks, man. You want me to lie?
What's that?
You want me to lie about today?
Oh, yeah. Mark Lucas. He's going to fill us with lies. Mark, you can't come out of hiatus without getting an interview. People are excited to have you back. So welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
In last year, we saw you a couple times in the Super Street class. Now you're in late model. What's going on?
Yeah, I was running Tom Young's car there last year. I ran it 4 times and wrecked it 3 of them, but we won the last race, so we were excited to come back. I've had this car sitting trying to get it repaired now for 3 years. This is my own car. But finally get it back together and trying to get it up there and get it up to speed.
All right, so I just came from Ben Erskine's, and we were talking about, you know, a bunch of you guys, like Andrew McLaughlin's back, and you and Ben Erskine's back. But so I hope I'm not wrong about this, but did Chris Staples start this paint scheme design, or was it you? Like,
Yeah.
I remember it as a child, very famous colors and number.
Yeah, that's Chris Staples' paint scheme.
Yeah, I didn't want to like say that, and it happened to be you that started it, and Chris Staples was your buddy that took it. So how do you guys correlate with each other?
Oh, we've been best friends for years, but I've bought a couple of cars secondhand from Chris, and he's always helped me get them going. So I kind of took his number over when he retired, you might say.
What's he doing these days? Why no more racing?
I think he just had enough of working on cars, but he's doing rental properties that he builds and excavation work still.
All right, so how's she going today, and how much more often are we going to see you running with the late models?
Well, if I don't have to shovel it back in the trailer later, I'll hope to get back for the next race, but it's going pretty good. Jeff Burgess worked on it for me this week, and he helped me yesterday, and the boys helped me, and they've got it going pretty good, and we're hoping to get up front today.
All right, Mark Lucas, we're glad you're here. Anybody in particular you want to thank for helping you get here back racing in 2026?
Well, I got to thank all my crew. I'm not going to name them by name because I'm sure I'll forget somebody, but all the crew helped me get it back here, and I got to thank Jeff Burgess and the boys for getting over here and giving me a hand getting it up to speed.
Okay, good luck tonight. You got 2 chances. Keep it clean.
Thank you, sir.
See you, dude. Jonathan Emerson, you blew up last week, didn't you? How bad was that one?
It was pretty bad. We thought it was okay to begin with. Thought it dropped the valve and ended up blowing a piston apart right through the block. Everything's pretty much unsalvageable. So then I was like, all right, well, we're either done for the year or we got to figure something out because it's a lot of money to replace the motor. So we ended up having a few people that were really thankful for, especially that wanted to buy a motor. So we ended up buying a crate motor, which I'm not too excited about, be like everyone else, but it's been fast. Not as good as the built motor as far as just raw speed, but maybe I'll save the tires a little better and maybe I'll be able to actually win again this year. Would be nice.
All right, I'm glad you pieced it together. Yeah, crate motors, they're not $3,500 like they used to be, right?
No, that's basically you spend about $10,000 in a matter of 1.6 seconds, it seemed like. So it felt like it was probably the end of my season, but really thankful for the people that stepped up and we got the motor in and we tested 2 Fridays ago and it was pretty good. We came here when it rained out and it was really good again. It's good today. It's just great motor, got the same power as everyone else, so just got to manage the tires.
Okay, good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, how about the 09 Crown Vic of Wayne Ripley? Last time we only had 4 Crown Vics here, Wayne, and you couldn't keep it together to take the green flag. What happened there?
I had fuel troubles. I got there at a gas station a week or so earlier, and it just wouldn't run at Oxford. We thought we had it fixed. We brought it down here, and we have it fixed tonight, so we're ready to go.
Well, that was an exciting 3-car race that you weren't able to be a part of, but we've got a lot more Crown Vics for you to race with tonight, so are you looking forward to a good time?
Yes, I'm glad I'm here. I wish there was a few more, but we'll live with what we got. Everybody will be here in time.
All right, Wayne Ripley, we're glad you're out there having fun.
Thank you.
Hey.
Yes, this is exactly why I'm here, because you had a rough practice. Landon Tapley, what happened to the right side of this thing? You've had it completely torn off. It's all patched back together. What happened in practice?
To keep a long story short, somebody just overdrove or throttle stuck. I've been told so many things I don't even know what to believe, and I just had nowhere to go. Creamed the right side of him, and that's about it. There's nothing we could have done, and it definitely bent the rear clip, bent the rear end, bent an axle, but we're gonna go out there and try to run the race.
Holy. Bent the front and the rear. I was hoping it was just cosmetic.
Just the rear.
Did you? Oh yeah. So you went up into the wall? Like I didn't see anything. Like where'd you hit?
No, we hit another car. The car was broadside in the middle of the corner, and I tried to spin myself out, get down to the bottom, and I just locked her up as anybody would do, and just creamed him. And cars just kept coming and kept hitting me. So it is what it is. It's back together. We're gonna just go out there and do the best we can with what we got.
All right, bummer to hear. Landon Tapley, let's make the most of it that you can today.
Oh yeah, we'll try. Thank you.
Welcome all my friends. Welcome all again. Welcome all again.
The drivers are ready. The crew is ready. We hope you're ready too. It's race time at Wiscasset Speedway. Get settled in, folks. The show starts now.
Hey, shake and bake now! Woo! Shake and bake! And with that, a good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back home to Wiscasset Speedway on this beautiful Saturday evening here in Midcoast, Maine. We have got a stacked program for you today as we've got double features for the late models and the road runners today, all part of a regular Group 2 program. Along with that, we have the Carver Driving Academy Crown Vics back in the house for race number 4 on the season. We are going to jump right into feature action to start your show. This will be a makeup 40-lap feature for the late model sportsmen. We'll have a makeup race for the road runners, and then we will get into tonight's regular race program. For the Wood Pellet Warehouse late models, we've got David Getchell and Brent Roy on the front row. Row 2 has Will Collins and Brent Osmond in the 05. Row 3 has Jonathan Emerson in the 24, Chase Burgess in the 13. Row 4, Randy Barker is in the number 8. To his outside will be the number 15 of your point leader, Frank Moulton. Alex Waltz in the 00 with Shane Clark outside in the 21. We'll get you the rest as we get ready to rock and roll. We got 4 new cars at the back of the field ready to go. Pace car ready to head in. Chief starter Dave Sturgis gives him the green, and here we go. "40 laps for the Wood Pellet Warehouse late model sportsman. David Getchell will lead them down to 3 and 4. Everyone trying to find their piece of real estate. Will Collins gets a peek down on the low side as Getchell goes up wide. Jonathan Emerson trying to turn some tough luck around as well, starting a little bit further up than he's used to. Brent Roy trying to get the 26 car down in line. He'll do it. So now we go single file through the top 10. Getchell, Collins, Emerson, 1, 2, 3. Now Will Collins sets up shop on the outside of the number 25. Jonathan Emerson will move up to take that spot right behind David Getchell. 3 wide onto the front stretch. Emerson could have stuffed it in there, but he wisely backed out. We're early in the race. Around goes the 00 of Alex Waltz. And a problem for Mark Lucas in the number 5. Looks like Lucas may have put some fluid down on the track. You see it. And a couple drivers getting collected in that. You see the trail of fluid in turn 3 and 4. All those drivers will get their spot back if they're able to continue. Looks like Brett Osmond, Andrew McLaughlin, Brent Roy, and Frank Moulton all collected in that. No, there was some contact, but I believe everyone should be able to drive away from that.
I think Frank Moulton might have some right front damage. He did make contact with the concrete. I don't think he's too happy about it right now. Looks like he might be making an effort to climb out. Brent Roy started to spin in front of him and kind of funneled him up into that direction. All that fluid that started to go down, starting on the backstretch from Mark Lucas. And at first, I think Race Control was hoping it was just plain smoke, but it was certainly fluid.
Yeah, they'll roll a record too, just in case. But a tough break early on for our division point leader, Frank Moulton. 5 laps into this one. Not sure if the push truck's going to help. They'll roll the wrecker as well, just in case.
Yeah, Frank took a hard lick to the right front. And the AC Towing wrecker is coming to the scene. They're going to have to pick it up from the front. As you said, the push truck is not going to be very beneficial right now. Lots of speedy dry going down. Only 5 laps into tonight's program. And just before that caution came out, there was the questionable incident where Alex Waltz was down on the infield. Everybody was wondering if a yellow was going to come out for him, but it did not. Alex Waltz and Nick Morton had come together just a lap or two before that. Coincidentally, both of them numbered 00. So yeah, just like you said, Ken, everybody that spun there after the yellow is getting their spot back. So that would be why the 26 of Brent Roy is making his way back up to the front. The yellow had been out for the entire backstretch, and you know, when you see the yellow, you just kind of let off the gas and you don't get hard on the brakes. But I'd say if they had known that there was fluid down going into 3, they would have woed it up a lot sooner.
All right, correction. They had put a couple cars to the back of the field, but Race Control talking it over. Dave Sturgis threw the caution for the oil put down by the 5 of Mark Lucas. And those cars spun after that caution flag came out, so they are correcting that and giving those drivers their spot back. Of course, other than any drivers that went to the pit for work on their car. Folks, while we have the opportunity, I want to remind you today's race program is brought to you by the good folks at the Hometown Foundation and the Best Buddies program. They have their major event of the season coming up later this month in August, the annual Dream Ride out of Connecticut. We appreciate our long-time relationship with the Hometown Foundation. And also a couple other participating sponsors today. We want to give a shout out to First Federal Savings. They're sponsoring our penny pounce at intermission today. So kids will have a chance to make a little money there in Victory Lane. Our First Federal Savings penny pounce will be happening at intermission. First Federal is actually holding their 90th birthday celebration coming up next Friday. A chance to enjoy some prizes and refreshments and such when you visit First Federal Savings. And our friends from Fisher Snowplows are actually helping to enhance the fan experience today by we'll be giving away some $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift cards this afternoon. Working in the Speedy Dry, coming through turn 4. The backstretch is looking okay. I want to remind you as well that Penny Charette from our kids club has got her Racing Cancer prize raffles going. She's got her table set up over there at the main entrance to help raise funds for our 8th annual Racing Cancer fundraiser to benefit the Dean Snell Cancer Foundation. That includes our charity walk on Saturday, September 5th. You want to find out more, get a pledge form, or find out how you can help us, see Penny Charette at the Kids Club table or over at the main entrance. All right, Nate Sennett saying 3 and 4 is looking pretty good, so a little bit more work and we'll be ready to get back at it. Shane Clark coming back on the track and Frank Moulton as well. I guess things not quite so bad on the number 15. Big thanks to the crew. Field crossing up, but we remain under caution pace one more time around. So the lights on the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car will stay on. Former champion Johnny Black behind the wheel of the pace car tonight. Race director Scott Chubbuck says, let's go racing next time around. Will Collins at the point with Jonathan Emerson on the outside for this restart.
Looks like we only lost Mark Lucas out of that ordeal. 18 cars started. 17 cars remain. Side by side, a dead heat up front between Will Collins and John Emerson. And there's still a little Speedy Dry way up on the top down the front stretch that Jonathan Emerson has to suffer through for a little bit here. He's going to have to settle in single file behind Collins here on lap 7. Will Collins and Jonathan Emerson pulling away from the pack. Dave Getchell in the 88 left to fend the rest of them off. He's got Brent Osmond in the 05 right behind him. Nick Morton goes way high. I don't think he meant to go that high into turn one. He lost a couple car lengths on Osmond that time. Looking to go to the top side of him there, but the car really faded up. Jonathan Emerson around the outside is going to power around Will Collins this time. Man, after the restart, he wasn't able to do it, but he settled in, let the tires cool down, and gave it another shot. Jonathan Emerson gets to the front on lap 10. 30 laps to go, and Emerson leads the way now here on lap 10, and he's already putting distance between him and Collins. Dave Getchell in the 88 is sideways out of turn 4. They're stacking up behind him as Nick Morton makes another run to the top side of Osmond to put it side by side in the rearview mirror of Getchell in the 88. Nick Morton has to settle back in. He is unable to make anything work on the top of Osmond once again. Chase Burgess is on the top side right behind them. In the 13, Chase Burgess motors around Brent Roy. And he is knocking on the door of the top 5 now. That number 13 is up to 6th. Andrew McLaughlin follows suit around the top in the 26 behind Burgess. And Nick Morton right in front of them is now making it work a third time on the top. This is Nick Morton's third attempt on the top of Osmond, and he's going to pull it off now. He clears Osmond. Now he's working on Dave Getchell. That 00 raced with the Pro Stocks last week and certainly held his own with a top 5 run. Now Nick Morton is looking to get in the top 3 here for this first of 2 late model features. A few positions back, Frankie Moulton seems to be unfazed after hitting the wall slightly on the lap 5 accident. Frank Moulton has climbed back into the top 10 in car number 15 after heading to the pits to straighten out the body and change a tire. Getchell still holding down third. Morton has cleared Osmond, and now they're single file once again. Osmond unable to keep the nose filled to the inside of Morton, allowing Morton to get back down on the apron. And Chase Burgess is the man on the move now. That 13 is back to the top, looking to get in the top 5 here around the outside of Brett Osmond. We are 2 by 2 by 2. Getchell versus Morton, Osmond versus Burgess, Moulton versus McLaughlin. We're halfway, 20 laps to go. It is all Jonathan Emerson with that new power plant this week. Unbelievable, Osmond spins on the front stretch. The 05 goes to the grass in the inside of turn 1, and caution number 2 waves on the late model field halfway through this first feature. What happened to Brett Osmond? Osmond in the 05 drives away under his own power, safely spins it down to the grass with no contact made on anybody. What on earth could have happened to the 05? Battling for the 5th position with Chase Burgess just moments ago. Chase Burgess, respectively, has climbed into the top 5 on his own, passing multiple cars in that 13 machine. All of them on the top as well. In the second groove, Chase Burgess has been the man on the move. We got problems with Andrew McLaughlin, it looks like, to the top of turn 2. Andrew McLaughlin comes to a halt on the backstretch. Looks like he's trying to get it maybe to the back exit. He's just still coasting, but it's finally coming to a stop. The Norm's Used Cars push truck is going to head to the scene. That's going to make 2 out of 4, I believe, of the newcomers this week. Not running. Mark Lucas ends his day early. Andrew McLaughlin may be ending his day early right now as well at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, as I said, we've got double races for the late models. They'll actually, after this makeup race, they'll have regular heat and feature this afternoon, and same goes with the Roadrunner class today. Then in 2 weeks, it'll be double features for the Strictlies and the Modifieds, as all four of our Group 2 divisions got rained out 2 weeks ago. Good to have Andrew back in the house, former driver of the year, former late model champion. Nick had mentioned former driver, winner of the Coastal 200.
Yes, sir, Ken. He has done it all in the late model ranks.
Yeah, whatever power plant they have under the hood of that number 24, he is stout today, and he sounded once he got out to a half straightaway lead over Will Collins. He really wasn't even pushing it that much. Jonathan Emerson looking for his second career win. He does have one late model win that came to him a couple of years ago, but he is... He's had several podiums, but it's been a long time since he's found victory lane in the P1 position. Field crossed up. They'll go under caution pace one more time around and see if we'll have any cars joining us out of the pit.
Yeah, I said 2 out of 4 of the newcomers for the first time this season have succumbed to malfunctions on the racetrack, but I forgot about Ben Erskine for a bit there. Ben Erskine pulled out of the race on his own accord. Didn't have anything happen on the track to him, but Ben Erskine is absent. So the only one left is Connor Wenner, still out there trucking in the 4-car. And we're green with Will Collins getting a good hole shot into the first corner. Can't clear the 24 to get to the inside. Emerson is going to go slow and steady up the inside. And Emerson will reclaim the top spot. Will Collins followed by Nick Morton and Chase Burgess up into 4th. Look who else is in the top 5. It's Frank Moulton making a rebound. I'm sure a lot of people, including Frank Moulton himself, thought that his race was done, potentially his entire day, but it is certainly not. That 15 is just as fast as ever. Alex Waltz and Shane Clark knocking on the door of the top 5. We've got a 7-car breakaway. The field is split into 2 halves right now. Trouble for Dave Getchell. Ran in the top 3 for the first half of the race, but lap 24, he's going to head pit side. Emerson pulling away to almost a straightaway lead on Will Collins at lap 25. Alex Waltz fades up to the high groove, almost allowing Shane Clark to stick a nose underneath him. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. Shane Clark sideways out of turn 4. The 21. Shane Clark loses ground on Alex Waltz, getting sideways out of turn 4. Nice recovery, but he loses a couple car lengths. And Waltz is allowed a little more breathing room now. The 00 of Nick Morton goes to the top side of Will Collins here for 2nd place. Approaching lap 30. Side by side for 2nd, Will Collins and Nick Morton. Chase Burgess, almost right there in the picture. Frank Moulton, unable to maintain with the top 4. Looks like he might have to resort to defense mode right now with Alex Waltz all over the rear tail. Nick Morton makes quick work of Will Collins. The 00 Passes Will Collins, quick and easy on the top side for second place. Chase Burgess is looking to follow as we hit lap 30. 10 to go. Jonathan Emerson has had plenty of second place finishes this season. Can this be the day to get the monkey off his back in 2026? Nick Morton comfortably in second, pulling away from Collins. Will Collins has not been in victory lane in 2026. In the 25 car, he is desperately trying to hold on for a third. Chase Burgess picked up one third place run for his first podium in his sophomore late model campaign in the 13. He's looking for another one, looking to the top side of Collins here. Alex Waltz, though, is right there as well. Chase Burgess thinks better of it and has to get back into the inside. It is close quarters up there for the final podium spot. 5 laps left for Jonathan Emerson.
Full straightaway lead, up to 4 seconds now over Nick Morton. We're watching that third place battle as Collins is on defense mode, as Nick said, from Chase Burgess. And possibly Alex Waltz, as around goes Pat Murphy in the 86 on the front stretch. Murphy fires it up and heads off. Good job. We'll keep it green. Two laps to go. This time out of turn 3 and 4. White laundry flies one more time around for Jonathan Emerson. His lead is up over 4 seconds now. One more time out of turn 3 and 4. Checkers will wave. Jonathan Emerson finally gets the monkey off his back in the feature win. Emerson with the win. Nick Morton will finish second. Will Collins holds on for third, his first podium of the season. Alex Waltz will finish in the 4th position, and Chase Burgess 5th. I believe they're calling the top 5 over to the back wall. The family and crew are all there to help celebrate. And let's send things trackside. Nick Huff has got your top 3 in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane.
And he's climbing out, folks. Make some noise for the 24. All right, right, Jonathan, how about that crate motor power, huh?
Oh, I always said I loved one. I've been a big advocate for not running them. I think everyone should run built motors, but I'm really surely glad I had one tonight. It was the same right off the get-go from the very end of it. So, man, I got to thank everyone here. It's been a long time, but like thank you, Yankee Yardworks, Stick Patrol, Emerson Pilot Cars, Nitro Trailers, ABG Heating and Plumbing, Portland Glass, Highland Green, everyone helps me, Keith, Art, Dad, Braun, Kyle, Chloe, my daughter Bailey, Kayla for spotting me every week. It's just, finally, we got it done.
All right, after a handful of runner-up finishes, make some more noise for Jonathan Emerson. And Nick Morton. Ken said you got a second in the Pro Stock last week. Was that right?
I wish I got second, fifth in the Pro Stock.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that was a misspoke there. This thing is bad fast in either class. What have you guys struck on?
We found a bind in the sway bar, a couple other things. Got a lot of people, Nick Hinckley, Frank Moulton, Logan Melcher. There's a bunch of people I got to name that have been helping me with this thing. I want to apologize to Alex Waltz going into one. I thought I was in there. I might have been a little low and turned him, and I just want to apologize for that. I don't like to race like that, so my bad if that was my fault.
All right, Nick Morton, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you want to thank, Nick?
I got to thank Moe's Customs, my dad, Brett Cowan Builders, Ken York Inc., Coastal Race Fab, GRI H & Son Storage, TNL Automotive, Bill's Garage, Hilltop Collision, and Hilltop Automotive. I'm sure I'm missing somebody in my family, my girlfriend, my son. I want to give a shout out to my girlfriend's dad. Steve's in the hospital. He had a heart attack today, so this one's for Steve.
All right. One more time for Nick Morton. And how about this guy? It's the first time you get to cheer for him in person in Victory Lane, right? Will, where you been?
Running bad. Third's nothing to be proud of, but it's better than fourth, I guess. Step in the right direction.
Yeah, has it been a tough season for you?
Yeah, I told my dad 2 weeks ago, this is my last year. We can't turn things around, getting back to winning races, running up front. So we're going all in. We got some help. We made some baby steps. We just need to get better.
Who do you want to thank on the 25 ride?
I can't thank the guys in the pits enough sticking with me. It has not been fun for them. I know I'm not a fun person to work with, running how we are, but I can't thank them enough. Can't thank my dad enough for not giving up. Shane Tash, thanks a lot. I know he'll get it for us. And then, of course, all my sponsors, Main Towing, LNS Concrete, Beckett's Auto, Mike's Auto, Swift Storage, Eaton Construction, and my wife putting up with this, and my two boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Will Collins' first trip to Victory Lane for this season. Feature number 1 of 2 for the late models. We'll see them all back later on, but make some noise one more time for your first feature of the evening in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane. Coastal Auto Parts Napa has been in business since 1981. With 30 locations of Napas across the state of Maine, you can find the closest one in your area at www.capnapa.com for Coastal Auto Parts.
And here comes the Tuttle's Energy Roadrunners. We've been calling them the Dale's Cash Fuel Roadrunners all season. Same owner, John Tuttle and family, officially becoming Tuttle's Energy. They've got their moniker and logo on this division now. And another big stack of Roadrunners in the house today. Their 25-lap feature this afternoon. And then after this, they'll run their regular heat and feature. Lineup will go with Jason Main in the 66, Carl Conan in the 7, Lucas Bickford's in the 77, Keegan Murray in the 07, Jason Meservey in the 57, Hayden Carver in the 44, Nelson Stevens in the 47, Gavin Giroux in the 02, Allison Graffam's in the 23, Eric Powell in the 5, Paul Hopkins behind the wheel of the 7X today, Logan Weir in the 43, James Grover, Kerrigan Glazier, and your New Point leader, Jason Sears, in the number 11. Ready to go. Michael Bolduc, Mike Phillips, Keegan Layton, and Jarity will fill out the field.
Green, 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 and we got a stack up starting with row 3 on the inside, it looks like. Chain reaction brings the inside line backwards. And Keegan Murray capitalizes from the 3rd position, already up to 1st. Gavin Giroux in the 02, a very familiar car up into the front running order, follows Keegan Murray away from the field. Hayden Carver breaks free as well in the 44, up to 3rd. Gavin Giroux quickly has caught Keegan Murray and up to the inside, down the backstretch. He's going to make the pass clean and clear going into turn 3. Gavin Giroux takes command now on lap 3. Hayden Carver pulls up to the inside in the 44. He's looking for 2nd. Nelson Stevens in the 47 is up to the back bumper of Keegan Murray as well. He's going to go to the top side. What a nice guy in that 47. Nelson Stevens looks to the outside for 3rd. He's going to make quick work there as Keegan Murray falls back to 4th. We're 3 wide and we're spinning in turn 1. Oh, nice saves by everybody. This one's going to stay green. The 77 almost did a complete 180, but brings it back. That's Lucas Bickford. Kerrigan Glazier, unfortunately, gets caught up in it and dragged to the rear of the field in the 99. But we stayed green. That was the result of a 3 wide deal going into the 1st corner. The field from 5th place on back certainly got shaked up from that one. Now into the top 5 is Kerrigan Glazier's sister, Allison Graffam, in the 23. In the 5th position, Carl Conan in the 7 is hard on her heels. Trouble for the 99 X on the backstretch. That's Mike Phillips. He pulls down to the hot pit road and keeps the track conditions green. Hayden Carver is catching up to your leader. Into turn 1 and 2 they go. On lap 8, Gavin Giroux still leads, but Hayden Carver is slowly reeling him in. The 02 versus the 44 is the fight for the front. Coming around to complete lap 9 now at the line. Nelson Stevens still not out of the picture in the 47 car, keeping them honest. This is a 25 lap feature. And they're coming around to complete lap 10, 15 to go. Trouble for Hayden Carver that time in the middle of turns 3 and 4. He lost some ground on Gavin Giroux. Falls back to half a straightaway behind him. He was right there within a couple car lengths, but a sloppy corner 3 and 4 last time around will ail the 44 just a little bit. They are getting mired in lap traffic now. That blue and yellow passing flag is waving frantically for the lappers in front of our leaders. Next in line is the 16, the newcomer. Michael Bolduc is the next lapper right in front of Gavin Giroux. And Mike Bolduc was going to race his first race of the season 2 weeks ago when it rained out, so since that one was postponed. This is his first night of racing action in 2026 in that neon yellow number 16. And we're halfway, folks. 12 laps to go in the 25-lap feature. Feature number 1, that is. Their makeup, like I said, from 2 weeks ago when it rained out. These guys get double the features, double the action, double the fun. And Gavin Giroux is en route to attempt to win the first one. Keegan Murray still hanging in there in the 4th position. And the 23 is your top 5 car of Allison Graffam. Blue and yellow passing flag continues to wave frantically in front of our leaders. The 77 gets all sorts of out of shape through 1 and 2, and once again saves it. Holy cow, that's the second time we've seen Lucas Bickford crazy sideways in the middle of 1 and 2 and recover to keep the track green. Gavin Giroux in the middle of the backstretch has a half a straightaway lead advantage over Hayden Carver still, with less than 10 laps to go. 47, Nelson Stevens still comfortably in 3rd. Keegan Murray 4th, Allison Graffam 5th. Up to 6th is that 11, Jason Sears. Could this race go caution-free? We are looking at it with 7 laps remaining. Roadrunner feature number 1, brought to you by Dale's Cash Fuel. You can find out more about Dale's Cash Fuel, including current pricing, at dalesoil.com. A little bit more trouble in the middle of 1 and 2. The 5 got into the wall. Kerrigan Glazier spins to the infield. And again, we stay green. The 5 clipped the wall ever so slightly at the top of turn 2 last time around. He's a lapper. That's Eric Powell. And we've got 5 laps remaining, folks. 5 to go for the 0-2 of Gavin Giroux. Lap traffic certainly making it difficult for Gavin Giroux that time. 3 wide for a brief moment going into 3. They're 3 wide now for 2nd. Hayden Carver is in the middle of some lappers. It's getting dicey, folks. But Gavin Giroux has breaking free, and he's going to see the popsicle sticks this time for 2 to go.
White flag set to fly this time by the 0-2 of Gavin Giroux. Hayden Carver still protecting 2nd with Nelson Stevens right on his heels in the number 47. Final time out of turn 4, checkered flag for Gavin Giroux and win number 3. Great job from the Roadrunners going caution-free today for their first race of the afternoon. 19 strong out there on the track for race number 1. Gavin Giroux getting his 3rd win of the season in the 0-2. Hayden Carver matching his career best in 2nd. And Nelson Stevens, I believe this is his first visit to the podium in the number 47. He's actually run a couple Thunder 4 races. The Roadrunners are eligible to go up and run a couple of Thunder 4 races kind of on an exploratory fashion, but once they hit 3 races, they got to stay up in that division. So Nelson has gotten a little help by running a couple Thunder 4 races. So we set up Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane one more time and put a wrap on our 2 makeup races here this afternoon. As I mentioned, in 2 weeks on Group 2 Fan Night, we'll have double features for the Strictly Streets and the Modifieds. Let's send things trackside. Nick Huff's got our winner. He's already out of the car.
All right, make some noise for Gavin Giroux for win number 3 on the season. Gavin, that was a caution-free one. Do you like him that way?
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm not too fond about passing lap traffic, but it's not bad. I'm glad we were able to keep it together this week. So.
Was there a lot of obstacles out there for you?
Yeah, there was a lot. We had a lot to go around, but I could see Hayden right on my tail, so I knew there was no room for error still. So.
Good run out there. Who do you want to thank on the 0-2 ride, Gavin?
Chip Farrington, my family, my girlfriend, my little brother Jack, Skowhegan Tire, R&J Properties, North Country Car Wash. That's it.
All right, you ready for a second one later on?
Yes, I am. Hopefully we can do it again.
All right, that's Gavin Giroux, win number 3 of the season. And then Hayden Carver matches his career best run. Yep, Hayden, you've gotten second before. What's it going to take to bump it up 1 notch?
I got to make more adjustments to get up there.
I think you were just as fast. Maybe a restart, you guys would have been just right side by side. You were matching his lap times perfectly, just couldn't quite get there. And lap traffic certainly didn't help either, right?
It was also really tight.
Yep. Hey, who do you got to thank on the 44 ride?
I got to thank my mom, my dad, my family, my grandpa Weston, Kevin Greenhall, Don Berlin, Mike Stowen, Carver's Driving Academy, West Carver's Painting, Drew's New to You, Pinkham Insurance, Harrington Auto Sales, Priscilla's Diner, Megan Hanley Attorney, Got Vinyl Ink and Printing, Stephen McGee Construction, Lisa Webb Kellogg Realtor, ABL Roofing and Construction, Campbell's Hardware, CMC Cleaning Services, Jason Gilpatrick, and Jeremy Glazier for always willing to help me.
All right, Hayden Carver matches his career best run. One more round of applause for the 44. And Nelson Stevens in the 47. Make some noise for this guy. Nelson, have you been in the top 3 before?
Nope, this is the first time.
All right, hats off to you. Nice job, man. This must be exciting.
Yeah, it was a blast. I've been working for this for so long. It feels great to be up here now.
Yeah, and you definitely didn't just luck into it. I think you were knocking on the door on the outside of him right at the very end.
Yeah, I almost stuck it 3 wide there when we were coming around the lap cars, but I was like, yeah, whatever, first race tonight. We'll try again later.
All right, we hope to see you up front again for the second feature. Who helps you on this car?
First off, I got to thank Shane Weber for putting in the car. I got to thank Jeff Harrington, Tyler Dinsmore. I'm blanking now. All these guys, Heat Pumps Maine, Belgelay Soaking Spa. I'm sure I'm forgetting people, but it was a blast. I loved it.
All right, Nelson Stevens, ladies and gentlemen, in the 47 gets his career best run as well. That is your first of 2 Roadrunner features. Number 1, brought to you by Dale's Cash Fuel. Find them on the web at dalesoil.com. And we will wrap up our second Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane of the night. Now we're going to slow things down a little bit and go to heat race action. A little unorthodox here to have 2 features and now go into the heats, but we'll send it back up to Ken Minot.
Thank you very much, Nick Huff. And here come the street stocks, the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. First of 3 heats today, 22 street stocks in the house. This will fill the front third of the field for their Pepsi Spotlight 35-lap feature tonight. Brady Romano starts at the point in the number 83. Ray Dinsmore, the third on the outside in the 81. Dan Morton in the 00M to his outside. Dale Lawrence in the 2. Chris Burgess is in the 7X with Chuck Wagstaff outside in the 31. And on the back row, Mike Delano in the number 27, and Eddie Luma Jr. was scheduled to be out here, but not able to answer the bell on the green flag. So we'll start these 7 cars. Again, first of 3 heats. Eddie's going to have to get a push to the infield, to the pit, that is. Decent fields tonight here. Remains fastest. 22 street stocks, 19 late models, 19 road runners. Hey, we got Crown Vics in the house tonight, too. Carver's Driving Academy Crown Vics, 4th of 6 races this season. We are handicap racing here with our street stocks now. They're points based on the last 4 races. Have the high handicap drivers in top 3 from the most recent race in heat number 3. But let's go here with heat number 1. Green flag is out. Off we go. Ray Dinsmore's out to a sizable lead already. Brady Romano's got his hands full with Dan Morton and Dale Lawrence.
Dale Lawrence getting into the back bumper of Romano in the 83. I don't know, Dale Lawrence, got to stop that. That's not helping your line. Oh, man, and he spins him. Romano goes around. Your leader, Dinsmore, in the 81 has trouble and falls off the pace. Looks like this race is staying green. Dan Morton with a nose advantage on Burgess, and we've got a yellow. All right, that was a debris caution. It might have come off of the 83, as you can hear the exhaust dragging on the bottom of Brady Romano as he came around the front stretch last time. Maybe it's Dale Lawrence. I'm not sure. One of those guys is making a little bit of a racket under caution laps. But yeah, either way, both of them tangled right over there where the debris was, as you just saw the cleanup crew go grab it. Dale Lawrence and Brady Romano got into each other, and nobody spun, but there was a debris caution here on lap 3. We're going to have 7 laps to go when we go green. Those guys start side by side at the tail now. Let's see if they can play nicely. Dan Morton and Chris Burgess are still going to duke it out. This restart doesn't change up anything between them. They were running side by side for the top spot just as they sit right now. Here we go. Green flag is out. Chris Burgess with the hole shot. Out of turn 2 into turn 3. He clears and gets to the inside. Chris Burgess is going to take command to himself. Dan Morton left in the tracks, holding down second with pressure from Chuck Wagstaff. It's the Monte Carlo, number 31, putting the pressure on his buddy Dan Morton with 2 laps to go. I mean, halfway. 5 laps to go. I saw Mr. Sturgis putting 2 sticks in the air. It was for the halfway crossed flags. 4.5 laps remaining as Chris Burgess extends his lead to half a straightaway in quick fashion. Chuck Wagstaff looks to the outside of Dan Morton. Dale Lawrence ready to pounce to fill the inside line. Mike Delano in the 27 fills out the field. Chuck Wagstaff making slow progress on the top line. He's got a fender to the outside of Morton. He gets a good run down the backstretch, and he is almost tire to tire going into 3. Great race for second. 2 laps remaining for Chris Burgess in the 7B. Dan Morton still holds it by a half a fender, I'd say. Chuck Wagstaff looking good going into 3. White flag is out. And Wagstaff is going to lead Dan Morton at the line for second. Can he hold on to it with 1 to go? This first heat race for the Strictly Streets is all Chris Burgess's. It's still up for grabs for second. It's going to go to Chuck Wagstaff. Yeah, buddy. Chuck Wagstaff in the 31 takes down Dan Morton for second place honors. Morton settles for third, Dale Lawrence fourth, Mike Delano your top 5. Portland Glass Company Strictly Streets. Qualifier number 1, make some noise for the Spencer Group Paving number 7B of Chris Burgess. Portland Glass Company Strictly Streets Heat number 2 is led by the 64 of Dean Rice from Nobleboro. To his outside is going to be Tyler Dinsmore from Newcastle. Row 2 will have Mac Hannon Jr. and Ryan Easonsey. Row 3 will have the 82 of Chaz Briggs, the 25 of Landon Tapley, and tagging the tail is the 8X of Ethan Dinsmore. Landon Tapley and Ethan Dinsmore suffered some serious damage in practice. I think Landon Tapley got the worst of it. He says he's got a bent rear clip on that 25 car. Hoping he can make the best of it and salvage some points on the day, but I don't think that the spirits are very high in that 25 pit with a bent up race car. We'll see how it pans out for this qualifier. They're going green this time as the pace car pulls off, brought to you by Norm's Used Cars. Dean Rice on the inside, Tyler Dinsmore on the outside. Strictly Streets qualifier number 2, still a dead heat up front. Dean Rice and Tyler Dinsmore. Mac Hannon Jr. is alone in the 3rd position as they are side by side behind him. Ryan Easonsey unable to maintain on the outside of Mac Hannon Jr. and falls back to challenge Chaz Briggs. Tyler Dinsmore fades up high into turn 1 and loses 2 spots. Loses the lead to Dean Rice as well as second to Mac Hannon Jr. Here he goes losing a 3rd spot to Chaz Briggs. Coming up the inside in the 82. Dean Rice in the 64 still leads them. They're side by side in the rearview mirror with Chaz Briggs and Mac Hannon Jr. Easonsey in the 49 gets back to the inside and climbs back up to 4th. Tyler Dinsmore in the 12 slips in line for the inside line. Matt Cannon Jr. is caught up on top, trying to progress for the top spot here at the halfway flags. 5 laps to go for Dean Rice. And Chaz Briggs was thinking about going 3 wide there on the front stretch that time. Dean Rice running right in the middle. And Briggs makes another go at it, gets sideways into 3. Dean Rice is going to open it back up on the middle of the corner. And this time, Dean Rice knows that he is there. Chaz Briggs now up wheel to wheel on the inside of Dean Rice. It's a dead heat for second place as Matt Cannon Jr. checks out. We've got 3 laps remaining. Dean Rice in the 64 trying to hold on to everything he can as Chaz Briggs and Ryan Easonsey are in line up the inside with 2 laps remaining for Matt Cannon Jr. Oh, they're slamming out of turn 4. Chaz Briggs not cutting Dean Rice any slack. He is getting up into him out of 4 and putting donut marks on each other. It's a barn burner for second place as the white flag waves over Matt Cannon Jr. Chaz Briggs is going to clear this time going into 1. Put that 82 up into second on the final lap. Now who's going to get third? Here comes Ryan Easonsey, and they're rubbing tires into 3. Smoke is billowing. Ryan Easonsey moves up to third. And that's how it's going to play out. Ryan Easonsey snatches up third in the final lap in the car number 49. Dean Rice from the pole settles for 4th for this second qualifier. Tyler Dinsmore in the 12 rounds out the top 5. As the Fisher plows number 08, Matt Cannon Jr. takes heat race number 2 checkered flag photo op.
Yeah, hey, while we're at it, if you've got a Wiscasset Speedway souvenir program, check the program on the Fisher Snowplows ad. If you have Matt Cannon Jr.'s autograph, bring that up here to the announcer's booth, and we'll give you a $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card. Compliments of Fisher Snowplows. As we roll out the third and final heat for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. They are our Pepsi Spotlight division tonight with 35-lap feature on the table.
That's right, Ken. They are the Pepsi Spotlight feature, bringing us 3 qualifiers today. Pepsi is the official soft drink of Wiscasset Speedway. When the engines fire and the grandstands shake, cool off with the crisp, refreshing taste of an ice-cold Pepsi. Available at Wilford's Trackside Grill or the Inside Groove, as well as the pit stop on the backside. Pepsi, fueling the fun at Maine's biggest and fastest. They're ready to go green for qualifier number 3 with Joe Harriman and Scott Eck on the front row. Row 2 has Sean Emery versus Tyler Jordan. Row 3 is Cowboy Dan Trask and Zach Emerson. And tagging the tail in his first appearance of the season is the 3X of Bernie Dinsmore. Let's go green. Joe Harriman versus Scott Eck. Harriman's going to clear out of turn 2. Eck is also clear of the 2x2 battles behind him, and Eck is going to pull down to the inside. Sean Emery in the 13 versus Tyler Jordan. Harriman's pulling away. Scott Eck is in defense mode right now as they are filling up that rear view mirror. Emery on the bottom. Jordan on the top. Sean Emery looks like he's boxed in car number 13. Cowboy Dan Trask is going to fill the top side and keep that 13 trapped down there. Tyler Jordan looks to the outside of Scott Eck for second. A dead heat down the backstretch. Scott Eck versus Tyler Jordan as Joe Harriman is in a different zip code.
There you go, sir. Congratulations.
Tyler Jordan with a good slingshot run out of 2 that time, and the 29 is going to move up to second, clean and clear this time. We're past halfway with 4 laps remaining. Tyler Jordan pulls away from Scott Eck now as Cowboy Dan Trask is the next guy on the outside to try at the 27. Let's take a look at the lap times. Joe Harriman clicking off 17.9 last time around versus a 17.6 for Tyler Jordan. Currently, Tyler Jordan is 0.3 faster. Only 2 laps to go, though. Joe Harriman probably has that thing in cruise control with the lead that he was able to click off. White flag is out. Joe Harriman leads the way in the 20. Tyler Jordan in second. Scott Eck has been holding on to a top 3 the entire way with guys racing side by side right behind him. Looks like he's going to manage a third here as the checkered flies for qualifier number 3 in the Portland Glass Company Strictly Streets for our Pepsi Spotlight feature. At Wiscasset Speedway, we are proud to partner with Pepsi, the official soft drink of the track. Pepsi has supported Maine communities for generations, and they're with us again for another great season of short track racing. Grab a Pepsi, settle in, and enjoy the show. As Joe Harriman pulls down to the photo op for his qualifier win. Holding the checkered flag for official track photographer Jason Dickey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Crown Vics are back for round 4 at Wiscasset Speedway. Out front is Owen Barter in the 96, Tucker Haskell in the 35. Row 2 has Colby Westcott in the 4 and Kevin Sherman in the 11. Row 3 is Brian Robbins in the 60 and Jesse Mishu in the 6. And row 4 is Gerard Cody in the 05 and Wayne Ripley in the 09. And the Bald Eagles are off. Checking out quick is the 35, Tucker Haskell. Oh, we've got a lot of contact out of 4. 96, unable to maintain pace with the rest of the field. He goes down the middle all the way to the rear. Owen Barter in the 96. From the point to last on the first circuit. Kevin Sherman up in the 11. Up on the back bumper of the 35, challenging for the top spot already. coming around to complete lap 3. Tucker Haskell still holding him off. Kevin Sherman right there on the bumper. And you know Kevin Sherman intends to use that front bumper because he's got an extra hoop looping up over the top of it. He intends to use that chrome horn if he has to. But for now, Kevin Sherman is going to play nice guy and go to the top. And it looks like he's going to take the lead away here on lap 4 down the backstretch. Kevin Sherman in the 11 leads the way now at the halfway flags this time on the front side. Hey, folks, look who else is coming. Wayne Ripley in the 09 motoring around the top side from dead last, challenging for second now. Wayne Ripley started shotgun in this heat race. And he's going to do it. He's going to move up to second and clear Tucker Haskell in that mainly concrete pumping number 09. I don't think he's done yet, folks. Wayne Ripley is closing up that gap on Sherman. Brian Robbins in the 60 is trying to hold off these guys behind him. Colby Westcott and Tucker Haskell all over the back bumper of the 60 for third place. We've got 2 cars up front challenging for the lead, and we've got 3 cars under a blanket for third. 2 laps to go for Kevin Sherman. Wayne Ripley up tight on the back bumper. A lap and a half to go. Can Wayne Ripley pull a trick out of his hat here under the white flag to take the lead away from Sherman? Brian Robbins in the 60 now has a comfortable position in third away from Colby Westcott, as Westcott and Haskell were tangling a little bit, losing ground on Robbins. Checkered flag is going to fly for Kevin Sherman. A valiant effort by Wayne Ripley. Looking to the outside out of the final corner, but Kevin Sherman holds him off for the one and done Crown Vic heat race. Whether you've got 3 of them or 8 of them, the Crown Vics never disappoint. Last time we only had 3, and they put on a heck of a show. A little bit better field tonight with 8 Crown Vics. And Kevin Sherman pulls into qualifier victory lane with official track photographer Jason Dickey.
Yeah, Nick, I wanted to throw in one thing. Carson Hewins, Kyle's son, asked where he was tonight, and Kyle said that Carson broke his collarbone on a motocross bike crash. So unfortunately, Carson's done racing for the year. Might be Zach Bowie, or it's Troy Morris, his car owner. I don't know. I guess we can watch it depending on how the car goes.
All right. Our sport mod class is making a little bit of a resurgence. Better field than we've had all season here. Looking for a 10-lap heat race with Jackson Moorside and Faith Cleaves on the front. Alec Brown and Adam Chadbourne in row 2. And we're going green this time. Jackson Moorside in the 88 clears Faith Cleaves, and we're 3 wide. Kyle Hewins is wasting no time, forcing the 3 wide situation into turn 3. He's going to pull it off. putting that 21 up to second. Adam Chadbourne follows him up the inside and puts the 1 into third. Alec Brown, a 2-time winner this season, in fourth. And we're getting dicey on the front side. 3 wide. Doesn't work out very good for the 44, but he keeps on rolling. Certainly could have been worse. That's Jeff Meserve in the 44 that gets the short stick on that situation. Still green as Jackson Moorside leads the way over Kyle Hewins in the 21 and Adam Chadbourne in the 1. Five laps complete, 5 laps to go for Jackson Moorside. Adam Chadbourne looking to the top of Kyle Hewins for second. Those two usually don't play so nicely. Kyle Hewins versus Adam Chadbourne are certainly two of the most aggressive racers in the class. Two laps to go. For the Sport Mods, brought to you by Creative Cleanouts by Josh. White flag's gonna wave as Adam Chadbourne is able to bring it up wheel to wheel on Kyle Hewins for second. Here they go. A barn burner down to the finish. Jackson Moorside has a few car lengths on him coming to the checkered. Who's gonna take second, folks? Well, by eyesight, it's Kyle Hewins, and that's what the transponder would say as well. Adam Chadbourne certainly had a nose on him on the backside, but back on the front side, Kyle Hewins takes second back at the line.
Yeah, 3/1000ths of a second difference between those two guys. But they were all chasing this kid. This is his first modified checkered flag. Jackson Moorside, the rookie out of Arundel, is your heat winner. Jackson, last year's 4-cylinder pro champion, jumping up here to the modifieds this season. And Kyle Hewins getting 2 points back on Adam Chadbourne. They were separated by 4 points coming into the night. Now they'll head into the feature separated by just 2 points.
Hey, yeah, Ken, I did a sloppy job on that lineup. I was a little bit late on the microphone, but we do want to welcome some of the newcomers, like Jeremy Davis was out there in car number 60, and Zach Bowie is back in car number 6. So good heat race. Looking forward to a good feature for the Creative Cleanouts by Josh Sport Mods with a 30-lap feature later on. But coming up next is the late model heat races.
Good weather. We haven't had a show that's packed for a while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these guys have already done battle in a feature event already tonight. Now it's time to hit the reset button and start fresh on the evening for late models. They're going to get qualifying heats and one more feature on the evening. So we've got 2 late model heats here, 10 laps apiece. And this one is going to be led by Pat Murphy in the 86 and Dave Getchell in the 88. Brett Osmond in the 05 and Brent Roy in the 26. Chase Burgess in the 13 and Randy Barker in the 8. And glad to see that Ben Erskine is back out there in the 4. He dropped out of that first feature early, but can't imagine there's anything wrong with that car. He's back out to reset the day, and we're going green this time. Patrick Murphy on the inside. Dave Getchell on the outside. Getchell with the advantage into 3. He's got that big powered built motor. It's going to be cranking this time on the front side. And they're going around Pat Murphy 3 wide. It's dicey there for second. Brett Osmond and Brent Roy. They both go around Pat Murphy and then rejoin each other right where they left off, nose to nose for second. Chase Burgess up to 4th. Put a blanket over the top 4. Oh boy, they are looking to go 3 wide on Getchell now for the top spot. The 88 looks like he might be holding up Brett Osmond. Osmond backed out of it in turn 3 last time around. He did not want to be going 3 wide. Getchell still holding him off. Brent Roy looking on the top side to take command. Getchell washes up high into turn 1, certainly making it hard for Brent Roy to race cleanly up there. Halfway flags are going to be out this time. 5 laps remain for Dave Getchell. Brent Roy unable to hang with Getchell now, and Osmond is going to rise back to the challenge. Osmond just about clears Brent Roy, but he is picked in. He's boxed, and he gets into the back of him there slightly. Chase Burgess has to check it up and gets a little sideways in the middle of 3 and 4, losing a car length on that 3-car top 3 battle. 3 laps remaining, and it is certainly heating up. Brent Roy again, coming back to the top side of Dave Getchell. Sideways out of 4, giving it all he's got in car number 26. Can Brent Roy get the job done, or is Dave Getchell going to hold him off with 2 laps to go? Brent Roy once again leaves the picture. Chase Burgess back into frame. Osmond right there, tucked under the back bumper of Getchell with 1 lap remaining. Getchell sideways out of 4. Osmond's gonna play nice guy and go to the top. The 05 puts the left front fender to the outside of Getchell. Into turn 3, Getchell has a fender still out there. Checkered flag is gonna be waving. Boy, oh boy. Chase Burgess into the mix at the last minute. A 3-wide finish as Dave Getchell holds him off, leading that qualifier wire to wire. Boy, oh boy, we were all on the edge of our seat as Getchell fends off Brett Osmond and Chase Burgess. And hey, Brent Roy as well. He was really giving it all he could for the lead there.
Great job from heat number 1. Dave Getchell picking up his 3rd heat win of the season. Still gunning after that elusive podium spot in feature action. As we roll out heat number 2, this will set the back half of the field for their regularly scheduled 40-lap feature this evening. Heat number 2 will go with Ben Burgess at the point in the 7B. To his outside to be Shane Clark out of Winterport. Alex Walsh in the 00. Frank Moulton in the 15. Then on row 3 will be Andrew McLaughlin out of Harrington in the number 26. And your top 3 from the previous race. Nick Morton in the 00. Jonathan Emerson in the 24. 25 of Will Collins and the 4 of Connor Winters for heat number 2.
Pace car pulls off and we're green. Shane Clark on the outside is just about clear going into 3. Car number 21 is going to take command here. Frankie Moulton in the 15 made contact with the concrete wall in the last feature, but look at him go as well on the outside of Ben Burgess to move up to second. It's 0-0 versus 0-0 for 4th. Alex Waltz versus Nick Morton for the 4th and 5th spots. Nick Morton with the advantage on the top. Single file for the top 3. Nick Morton trying to clear and get to the inside for that 4th position. Alex Waltz being a thorn in his side, still with a nose in there. But not this time. Nick Morton is going to clear and take 4th. That's going to open it up for Jonathan Emerson to make his move. Emerson clears Waltz and sets his sights on Nick Morton now. Late model, qualifier number 2. Halfway, 5 to go. As Frank Moulton puts a left front fender to the outside of Shane Clark for the lead. 4 laps to go. Jonathan Emerson also pulls it up wheel to wheel on the outside of Nick Morton for 4th. Emerson is going to take 4th away from Nick Morton now. Shane Clark continues to fend off Frank Moulton. Moulton backs off, and Shane Clark gets a comfortable car length cushion. Comfortable couple car length cushion, that is. With 2 to go. Jonathan Emerson is not done yet, though. Here he goes to the outside of Ben Burgess with 1.5 laps remaining as the white laundry waves for Clark this time. Emerson is going to make quick work of Ben Burgess. He had a nose at the line for 3rd. 1 lap is all it took for Jonathan Emerson to make that pass on Burgess for 3rd, and the checkered flag flies on Shane Clark. Wood Pellet Warehouse late model heat race number 2 goes to Shane Clark in the 21. Great effort by Frank Moulton with a good recovery from his first feature race mishaps. Jonathan Emerson made the most passes in that qualifier to move up to 3rd in the 24. He's certainly on a hot streak tonight after the first feature win.
Would Joey Cody please go see Penny at the Kids Club? Joey Cody to the Kids Club, please. This is the kid who's up on the flag stand.
Hey, Ken, I think we've still got 2 autographed programs out there, don't we?
Yeah, let's do it. Look in your program, and if you have the autograph of Ethan Dinsmore in the number 8X street stock, that'll be on the Fisher Snowplows ad. Look for Ethan Dinsmore's autograph. If you have that, bring it up here to the announcer's booth, and we'll send you back to your seat with a $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card, compliments of Fisher Snowplows. Both Ethan Dinsmore, Bernie Dinsmore, his dad, and Mac Hannon Jr. all work at Fisher Snowplows up in Rockland, and we appreciate their partnership with us this season at Wiscasset. I know there's more cars coming, trust me.
Brakes work.
But then again, it only takes 2 cars to make a race. Here they come.
All right. 2 heat races for the Roadrunners, and then it's going to be intermission time. And time for the kids' penny pounce at some time during intermission. So kids, get them ready for the penny pounce coming up at intermission. Roadrunner heat race number 1 has Jason Main in the 66, Jarity in the 71, Eric Powell in the 5, Keegan Murray in the 07, Carl Conant in the 7, Lucas Bickford in the 77, Logan Ware in the 43, Jason Meservey in the 57, and Keegan Layton in the 52. We're going green. And folks, we've got a substitute flagman up there helping Dave Sturgis for the Roadrunner heats. That's Blake Bartlett, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen Blake Bartlett waving the flags in turn 1 on the other side of the fence. We decided to let him up into the flag stand and get the prime experience. Keegan Murray in the 07, checking out in a different zip code. Over Jarity in the 71 and Jason Main in the 66. '52's looking fast. He started dead last. That's Keegan Layton, and he's up to 3rd. Certainly not done yet. He's putting a left front fender to the outside of Jarity into turn 3. And Keegan Layton is gonna take 2nd away from Jarity on the backside. It's Keegan and Keegan, 1st and 2nd. Keegan Murray and Keegan Layton. Halfway flags are out. Halfway flags were out from our guest flagman, Blake Bartlett. 4 laps to go as Keegan Murray comes out of turn 4 again. Keegan Murray out front, Keegan Layton in 2nd, Jarity in 3rd. And then they're side by side for the 4th spot. Jason Main on the inside, Jason Meservey on the outside. And now out of turn 4, it's 2 laps remaining for Keegan Murray. Roadrunner heat race number 1 of 2. We'll see the white flag for Keegan Murray. Roadrunners are brought to you by Dale's Cash Fuel. On the web at dalesoil.com. Checkered flag is going to fly for the 07 of Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray with the win. Keegan Layton with 2nd. Keegan Murray started dead last, passed 8 cars to move up to 2nd with that 52 machine. And Jarity in the 71 takes 3rd. Keegan Murray brings it around town for heat race victory lane with official track photographer Jason Dickey. You can find all of the official Wiscasset Speedway photos at jasondickeyphotography.com. That's Jason, spelled Jasen, for Jason Dickey Photography. Let's make some noise for our assistant flagman, Blake Bartlett, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to stay up there for one more heat race for the Roadrunners.
We're actually going to do a couple awards before the penny pounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we found all of our autographed program winners, but we do still have one more $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card that we want to give away as part of our 50-50 raffle tonight. So, as always, we give away the cash money for the first ticket drawn, and then I like to give away a little something for the second ticket. So, get in on the 50-50 tonight with Sarah roaming around. You got to pay to play. Get in on the Wiscasset Speedway 50-50 tickets tonight. We're going to give away a $20 gift card to the track that you can use at the concession stands or the souvenir booth. Yeah, that's right. We are with the times, and we have card swipers at Wiscasset Speedway, right, Ken? It's not just all cash like the old days. All right, time to get serious. Roadrunner Heat Race number 2 has Jason Sears and Kerrigan Glazier on the front row. Paul Hopkins and James Grover in row 2, and we're going green. Good show going on up front. Kerrigan Glazier not giving up on the top side of Jason Sears. Toyota Celica versus a Chevy Cobalt. If they're not rubbing, it can't get any closer than that. Oh, Hayden Carver goes over. We've got a nasty one in turn 1. Red flag waves. Hayden Carver got up on 2 wheels, up into the Kench fence. Fresh off of a second place finish in the first feature, Hayden Carver in the 44 goes on his lid.
All right, initial report from Colby Robbins up there. Driver is awake, alert, and okay, and talking to our crew. Obviously, with the car upside down, want to make sure there's no fluids leaking and make sure they get him out of the car carefully. All right, our infield manager, Larry St. Pierre, echoing that driver's all right, let Dad know I'm okay. They're just going to carefully get him out of the car. And a little action for our fans standing up there along the fence in turn 1 as well. Hayden Carver coming off a runner-up finish in the first feature this afternoon, bringing out another Pro Body Works cleanup here in turn 1 and 2. Scary one for sure, but even here on these entry-level divisions, such as the Roadrunners, safety is paramount, making sure the drivers have all the right safety seats and safety belts and helmet, and keep that driver safely and contained in the car. Good job, as always, from our safety team getting over there quickly to attend to our driver. Appreciate the support from our friends of the Wiscasset Fire Department. They're going to get that car pushed down. Well, they thought they'd get it over the curb, but this is our final heat race. After this one, we'll break for a little bit. We've got a couple of interviews here in Victory Lane, and we've got the kids' penny pounce compliments of First Federal Savings. They've been a long time partner with us here at Wiscasset Speedway. Good to see that Hayden Carver will be all right, but that car is going to need a little bit of work for sure. So while they work on the cleanup up there at the top of the turn, I believe that gentleman in the white shirt pushing that broom around, that's none other than Richard Jordan, right in the middle of the action up there. Not sure how many track owners you'll see pushing a broom on the racetrack, but what makes this place special? Anyway, I'll remind you that we're back in action next Saturday night here at Wiscasset Speedway with Ames True Value NEMA Night. The lightning fast NEMA midgets, the wing asphalt sprint cars that turn laps here are 13 seconds on Maine's fastest track. They will be here, NEMA midgets, NEMA lights. They will have a driver autograph session before the show starts next Saturday, so get here early. They'll bring all the NEMA cars out here on the front stretch and give you a chance to have a meet and greet, meet the drivers, and check out these amazing machines up close. I believe the driver autograph session is going to start about 4:15 in that range. The race program will start at 5. And, of course, it'll still cost you just $5 to check out the show here at Wiscasset Speedway, or $20 over on the pit side. Two weeks from tonight, Group 2 will be back in action. All right, just getting a word from race director Scott Chabak. They're going to call this heat race official. They do have a couple small repairs to do on the catch fence up there as well. So we are going to go right into intermission right now, give those guys a chance to get things cleaned up over there. We'll, as I said, we got a couple driver interviews here in Victory Lane and then the kids' penny pounce. So thank you guys very much. The heat race will be called official at the running order here with 2 laps complete. A lot of damage around that number 44, but the driver's compartment is intact and keeping our driver safe. Good job from Blake Bartlett. I think Sturge is going to get it back up there for the Roadrunner feature, but in the meantime, we'll meet you down in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane in just a moment. All right, how you guys all doing tonight? We got a good crowd in the house here at Wiscasset Speedway. How you doing?
Really good.
All right, he's doing really good. I hope you guys are too. I'm doing really good because I got Chuck Wagstaff here with me right now. Chuck, how you doing?
Good.
Good to see you, sir. And as you know, every once in a while, we had a beautiful night for racing, so I figured we'd take a pause for the cause and get to know a couple more of our drivers here at Wiscasset, because the fans see you in this beautiful-looking number 31, but they may not know who Chuck Wagstaff is. So who is Chuck Wagstaff, and how did you get a steering wheel in your hand?
Well, the family has always raced, and I've always wanted to do it, and I've always said, well, next year, and I'm not getting any younger. So it's do it now or miss it altogether. So.
And when did you start racing?
4 years ago, I believe. I had a heavyweight back in the late 90s, actually, in like 96. I participated, but I didn't really race.
You were a driver, not a racer, huh?
Right. And 4 years ago, we got this strictly from Coastal Race Fab, and we've been off and running ever since.
Yeah, and what a journey it's been. Pretty rough the first couple of years, but it looks like things are finally starting to turn around for you.
Yeah, let's not jinx it, you know?
What are some valuable things you've learned in that class? Because, man, talk about jumping in the deep end of the pool with a class the size and talent of this street stock division. What are some of the things that you've picked up and learned the last couple of years?
Well, it is street stock, but you have to do your homework. The cars are all fast, and there's only a few tenths that are separating the fast cars from the slow cars, and if you don't do your homework, then it shows when you show up to the track.
And I know you got a lot of buddies back there that help you, part of the crew, family and such, racing. That's got to be fun as well.
It's very fun. You know, the family meets here every weekend. Even on the off weekend, we all meet down here and watch over it. As far as the crew and the help, like, there's so many people behind this car. I get to drive it and do all that stuff. I get to pay the bill on it, but there's so many people I couldn't name them all.
All right. Well, and you guys all probably figured out by now, I always have an ulterior motive when I bring people up here to Victory Lane unannounced. But you have had such a turnaround and have such a positivity racing in this division. Great sportsmanship, willing to help others, willing to help things with the racetrack, out of the car, whether it be parades or other appearances, and a couple of nice podium finishes in the month of June. So you have been selected by the committee as Wiscasset Speedway's June Driver of the Month here at Wiscasset Speedway. Congratulations. We got a nice trophy from Mainly Awards, and our Driver of the Month and Driver of the Year sponsor, Pepsi. Right here it says 2026 Wiscasset Speedway June Pepsi Driver of the Month, Chuck Wagstaff, number 31 Strictly. That is for you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Who you want to thank on this award?
I got to thank everybody. I got to thank Mo's Acre Farm. Everybody over there we're all family. None of this would be possible without them. I've got to thank James Osmond and Coastal Race Fab. He's got his hands deep in this car. I've got to thank Empty Can Painting, Craig Luce, Campbell Woodworks, the Catherine Lita, Mo's Acre, Mo's Custom, my brother. I got to thank Andy Caherl. Andy Caherl is in my ear constantly telling me what to do and what not to do, and we've made such improvements with having him in there. So this is just as much a part of him as it is everybody else.
All right. Well, once again, on behalf of all of us here at Wiscasset Speedway, congratulations. One more time, Chuck Wagstaff, your June Driver of the Month here at Wiscasset Speedway. So we're going to mosey on over here. I'm going to bring these guys with me. Dave Getchell, how you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
He's always got a handshake and a how you're doing. David, so I'm going to kind of throw out the same questions to you because we haven't had a chance to talk to you up here in Victory Lane. But how did Dave Getchell get started in racing and when?
Oh, it was a long time ago. I'm getting old. I guess I was about 16, started out in Pro 4 mods at Riverside Park Speedway in Agawam, Mass. And as I moved up here, I got out of racing for a little while, then got back into it. I had some health issues there, got out of it, and now I'm back into it full time. So Yeah.
And again, kind of like Chuck, but you jumping in the deep end, you not only run the 88 with the late model Sportsman, but you run a Group 1 week in the Pro Stock. So that's got to be quite an undertaking. I know you used to have a couple of cars, but you're down to one car, switching it back and forth. Is that true?
No, we still have 2 separate cars. We've been, I think, 3 years now with 2 cars. We did try the switching back and forth about 4 or 5 years ago. That's a lot of work, but racing's fun, so you do what you got to do.
Absolutely. And kind of the same question I had for Chuck. I know this is a challenging division. These cars are not easy to drive, although some people make it look that way. But what are some things you've learned from racing in this class, the top tier in both groups here at Wiscasset?
Slower can be better. Definitely, it's not always hammered down. A lot of people think just drive it as hard as you can, turn the wheel, and it's so much more finesse than that. The guys in this class are wicked hard racers. They're great to race with. And I think we're just talking to drivers. I think we've only had 2 cars wreck all year, if I remember right. So
yeah, it's been a good season for the late models as well, and it's been good having you right in the thick of the action all the time. And I'm going to bring over our friends here. We have Dave Wiley from Fisher Snowplows here with us, along with Matt Cannon Jr., Ethan Dinsmore, and the crew. And as I've mentioned a while back, our friends from Fisher Snowplows have joined us here at Wiscasset, and they wanted to come up with an idea to recognize drivers like Dave who are in the middle of the pack, who always have a positive attitude, who keep grinding. Drivers who are here every week always have a positive attitude no matter how good or how bad things go. And we keep going back to that theme of keep grinding. So, Dave, I'm going to let you present this package to Dave Getchell. And I'm going to read this certificate here. It says, presented in recognition of your hard work, perseverance, and unwavering competitive spirit. Even when the results don't always reflect the effort, you continue to push the limits. As proud supporters of our local racers and raceway, we salute drivers like you who keep grinding. David Getchell, number 88 Pro Stock and late model, Wiscasset Speedway. You have won the Fisher Draft Keep Grinding Award for this week. Congratulations. It comes with a certificate, a $150 gift card to the speed shop, and congratulations. Dave, you want to speak on the joint venture here, and that you guys came up with this idea. We're just the ones helping to present it.
Absolutely. We were so excited to be part of the track down here. We wanted to do something that was not just for the fans, but also for the drivers. We wanted the track to pick the driver who they felt really deserved this award. We're doing several of these this year. They picked you, Dave. Congratulations. And we wanted to do something that would make it worthwhile. So $150 to the speed shop here, tires, fuel, whatever you think you can use. We're just excited to be a part down here.
All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for David Getchell, and a thank you to the good folks at Fisher Snowplows. Thank you guys very much.
Alright, partner. Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our drivers are here for tonight's Pepsi Spotlight feature race for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. Before we give you the starting lineup at this moment, we ask that you all please rise, remove your hats, and direct your attention to the flag in the middle of the infield as we offer our invocation, followed by the national anthem. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day, and we thank you for our Wiscasset Speedway family as we gather here each and every weekend for the sport that we love. We ask that you continue to grant protection over our drivers as they compete. Guide them with steady hands and clear vision, and watch over our fans and staff as we enjoy the show. And please watch over those who put themselves in harm's way each and every day, here and afar, to keep us safe and free. We thank you. And we offer this in your holy name. Amen. All right, folks, now for your starting lineup. First, we got to go down to the beginning of the grid and welcome our junior official. Give it up for Xander Marble. Landon Marble, one of the marbles, several marbles, a bag full of marbles. Now starting in the 20th position, driving car number 3X from Hope. Welcome Bernie Dinsmore. In the 19th starting position, driving car number 3 out of Chelsea, it's the Cowboy, Dan Trask. Next comes your most recent winner. He's a 3-time and reigning street stock champion in the number 23 out of Sabattis. Welcome, Zach Emerson. Starting next in car number 29 from Gorham, welcome Tyler Jordan. Your point leader is there in car number 27 out of Lisbon. Welcome, Scott Eck. Next comes the number 13. He hails from Leamington, Maine. Welcome, Sean Emery. Next up in the Fisher Snowplows, number 8X from Hope. Welcome, Ethan Dinsmore. Next in line is the number 12. He hails from, or check that, the number 20 from Montville. Please welcome Joe Harriman. There's the number 12. He hails from Newcastle, Maine. Welcome, Tyler Dinsmore. Starting next in the number 25 out of Washington, he's last year's shootout winner. Welcome, Landon Tapley. Next comes the number 49 from Appleton. Welcome, Ryan Easonsey. Next in the number 64 from Noblesboro. Welcome, Dean Rice. Next on the grid, in the number 08, the Fisher Snowplow sponsored machine out of Washington. Welcome, Mac Hannon Jr. Next, in the number 82 from Portland, this is Chaz Briggs, your opening day winner. In the sixth starting position, driving number 83 from Livermore Falls, welcome Brady Romano. Starting fifth in the number 27D from Woolwich, welcome Mike Delano. Row number 2 on the outside, starting in fourth, is the number 2 from Lisbon, welcome Dale Lawrence. To his inside, starting in the third position, driving the 00M from Woolwich, this is Dan Morton. And on the front row, starting in second, is your newly crowned June Driver of the Month in the number 31 from Boothbay, welcome Chuck Wagstaff. And at the pole position, driving the number 7B from Hartford, welcome Chris Burgess. Folks, that's your starting lineup. Let's get our drivers strapped in and ready to race.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
I think that I should warn you. There's something about to change. We're standing at the border where history is made. We're cranking up the lights now so everyone can see. It's all happening right now. We're gonna make you believe. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. We'll make the whole world hear us. So throw your hands up high. We're about to show you why they fear us. Here comes the battle cry. Here comes the battle cry. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy. It's gonna be loud. This is our house. We do what we wanna. We'll blow the roof off. Everybody's coming. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get. It's about to get. It's about to get crazy. It's about to get crazy. It's about to get crazy. It's about to go down. It's about to get crazy.
All right, folks, our drivers are all ready. Let's send things down trackside with Nick Huff and a special guest.
And it's Leighton Marble. We got it right this time. Leighton, take it away, bud.
Racers, start your engines!
is all set. 35 laps ahead for the Portland Glass Strictly Streets. All right, folks, this time by the grandstands is our wave-off lap. Got a stacked field of street stocks. Let them know you're ready for a show. Wave those hats, wave those hands. Send your favorite drivers off with best wishes for a safe and successful race. Pepsi Spotlight is on the street stocks tonight. This is week 16 of the 2026 season, and things are winding down. Championships are starting to come into focus. This has been an entertaining division all season long. This class has turned out 5 different feature winners. Matter of fact, we have not had a repeat winner in this class yet this season. Lights are off on the Norms Used Cars Ford Mustang Pace Car. Chief starter Dave Sturgis ready to turn them loose. Chris Burgess and Chuck Wagstaff get the green. Here we go. Couple of cars not able to answer the bell. The 81 of Ray Dinsmore loaded up and headed home, and Eddie Luma Jr. not able to answer the bell as well. Chris Burgess and Chuck Wagstaff still locked in a battle side by side for the lead. Then comes Dan Morton, and the 2 of Dale Lawrence settles it down into 4th. First car up on the outside right now is Mac Hannon Jr. in the 08, working outside of Mike Delano in the 27. There goes Brady Romano down pit road. He'll drop out early. Little slip from Mike Delano that opens up the bottom side for the 82 of Chaz Briggs. Delano nearly gets into the backstretch wall in the process. Scott Eck in the 27, still deep in the field. He came into the weekend 14 points ahead of the reigning champion Zach Emerson, and both of those drivers are locked way back in the field. A couple of veteran drivers back there know they got an extra 10 laps on the table tonight. They normally run 25 lap features. Today it's 35. Here comes Mac Hannon up the inside rail, got position on the 2 of Dale Lawrence. Lawrence can't get down in line as Chaz Briggs comes up to take over 5th. Two-car breakaway up front between Chris Burgess and Chuck Wagstaff. Both drivers gunning for their first win. Chris Burgess is actually a 2-time winner in late model sportsman ranks, but he switched cars with his son Ben Burgess, who is now up in the late models. Chris has dropped down here to the street stocks. Top three from the most recent race, which was 4 weeks ago. They now hold the final three positions on the track. It's Burgess, Wagstaff, and Hannon 1, 2, 3. Then comes the 08. Mac Hannon holding third. Then comes the 82 of Chaz Briggs. He's been solid all season long. Comes into the weekend third in points in this class. Things getting sorted out up front, but still side by side from middle of the pack back. Got the 00 of Dan Morton has got sixth position, but Mike Delano racing with Sean Emery. Emery got sideways on exit of turn 4. Saved it though and takes over that 7th position. Trouble into turn number 1. Several cars get collected, including your point leader, Scott Eck. Eck was able to keep it going, so not sure if he or Zach Emerson will get called in that, but we've got the 3 of Dan Trask and the 64 of Dean Rice down there. There goes Zach Emerson down pit road. Ethan Dinsmore will go as well. Tyler Jordan has come to a stop in turn 1 as well. This caution coming out with 15 laps complete out of 35, just short of halfway. Dan Trask will head pit side. He was involved in that one. Don't forget, folks, when we draw the 50-50, we'll draw a second ticket and give away another $20 gift card to Wiscasset Speedway. Compliments of Fisher Snowplows.
Yeah, so from what I saw there, Ken, on that spin going into turn 1, was the 64 to the inside of Tyler Jordan. And I don't think Tyler Jordan was crowding him or anything. They were racing very respectably side by side, and then the 64 just spun towards the bottom. And I don't know if this is a part of the situation, but it's just very coincidental that the 29 has ignition issues under caution and has to get pushed in. So I don't think that the incidents were related.
Landon Tapley back on the track. Here comes Trask. Guess they did get Eck in that one. Zach Emerson back on the track. Don't count him out. He's we still got 20 laps to go, and he is one of the more patient drivers out there. Let things sort out up in front of him and try to make a late race run, but he's got a long way to go. As we said, Chris Burgess in that 7B, he's a 2-time late model winner, but seeking his first Strictly Street feature win. driving a car that his son Ben raced to the a handful of wins. I believe it was 2 or 3 wins in that car last year, with Ben taking home Rookie of the Year honors. Dan Trask took a little right front damage. Get that pulled back off the right front wheel.
Yeah, it could have been a single car spin from Dean Rice in the 64, but unfortunately he kind of spun right in the middle of the racing groove, and a lot of guys funneled up towards the wall. And Tyler Dinsmore, I'd say, took the hardest lick, but you can also see Scott Eck brush the wall just a little bit. Both of his right side tires have white concrete dust on them.
All right, cleanup is complete. Lights are off on the track, the Whelen safety lights, so we're ready to go racing once again. Lead pair remain the same. It's Chris Burgess and Chuck Wagstaff. Chuck looking to match his career best, running in second right now. Green flag is back out. A little logjam mid-pack. Ryan Easonsee had to get out of the gas and stacked up some cars behind him. In the meantime, here comes Chris Burgess. He'll bring Mac Hannon Jr. with him up to second. Hannon started this race back in the 7th position, and he has raced his way up into second. Chaz Briggs and Chuck Wagstaff tangling in turn 1 and 2. Briggs sneaks in to grab a spot, and Dale Lawrence gets into Chuck Wagstaff. That one started way back in turn 2, and more damage on the number 3 of Dan Trask as he'll drive to the pits. Some front end damage on the 23 of Zach Emerson. Yeah, Chuck Wagstaff tangling with Chaz Briggs in turn 2 and fighting it down the backstretch, just trying to gather himself up again, and Dale Lawrence getting into him in the 2. Mike Delano collected, and I believe that's the 20 of Joe Harriman up there, nose up against the turn 3 wall. Wagstaff able to drive away, but looks like the window net is down on the 27 of Mike Delano. $17 complete. Harriman will be able to drive away.
The Strictly Streets are brought to you by Portland Glass Company. Fast fix done right with Portland Glass. When a rock hits your windshield or a window at home needs replacing, you want it fixed fast and fixed right. That's why Mainers trust Portland Glass. From auto glass repairs to home windows, doors, and custom glass projects, their team delivers quality that you can see. With 12 locations across Maine. That's right, Portland Glass has 12 locations across the state. Portland Glass is always close by and ready to help.
Looks like they're going to push the 27 of Delano behind the wall. They'll retrieve that at the end of the race.
Folks, I know you've heard of Rennie's, and Rennie's is a Maine adventure. Don't you forget it. If Rennie's doesn't have it, you don't need it. Quality merchandise, great values, and a truly unique shopping experience. A family-run business for over 75 years. Visit one of our 19 locations across the state of Maine at Rennie's, a Maine adventure.
Repairs done on the 23 of Zach Emerson. He'll get out there and get whatever he can out of this number 23. 27 of Scott Eck is slow up there in top of turn number 2. Couple more cars coming back. The 3 of Trask with quite a bit of damage, and the 31 of Wagstaff. And now we're stopped for the 27 of your point leader, Scott Eck. He came into the weekend with a 14-point lead over Zach Emerson, who has been struggling. He's 22 points up on Chaz Briggs. Right now, as the race runs, Briggs stands to gain the most ground here in the point championship point chase. Landon Tapley came into the weekend 4th in points, and Chris Burgess 5th.
Wiscasset Speedway wants to thank the Seabasket Restaurant for being a supporter of Maine's biggest and fastest track. If you're craving real Maine seafood, head just down on Route 1 to Seabasket Restaurant in Wiscasset, serving locals and travelers for more than 40 years. From golden fried clams and haddock to scallops, shrimp, and their famous onion rings, every meal is cooked hot, crisp, and wicked delicious at the Seabasket Restaurant. Dine in, take out, or grab something on your way home from the track. Fast, friendly, and always fresh at the Seabasket. Route 1 in Wiscasset.
Hoodpin's coming off the 27, and he is going to get a hook from the AC towing crew.
Race fans, next Saturday is Ames True Value NEMA Night. When your project list starts growing, there's one place Mid-Coast Maine counts on. It's Ames True Value Supply in Wiscasset. From hardware and tools to paint, plumbing, lawn and garden, pet supplies, and everything for your home or camp, Ames has the brands you trust and the service you can rely on. Whether you're fixing, building, or just getting ready for the season, their friendly team is always ready to help you find exactly what you need. Shop local, shop smart, shop Ames True Value Supply on Route 1 in Wiscasset, your hometown hardware store.
Carver's Driving Academy Crown Vics will be coming out next for their 20-lap feature. As Scott Eck is now up on the hook, and what remains of the Strictly Streets here tonight. It's been a bit of a rough night for what started out as a big pack of cars, mechanical issues, and some untimely spins and crashes have thinned the field here. Ten cars remain here. Lights are off and ready to get back at it. It has been Chris Burgess' race for the first 17 laps. Now he's got a new dance partner on the outside, and Mac Hannon. Burgess back in charge, but has not been able to shake off the challenge from the 08. Halfway this time. Side by side, and another driver into the picture is Sean Emery in that number 13. He started deep in the field. I believe it was back around 16th that number 13 car started, and he is now in the top 3 and working on the high side. Hannon with the lead, Burgess second, Emery on the move still. Mac Hannon Jr., former Strictly Street champion. Sean Emery's only win here at Wiscasset came 6 years ago. And he's now up into second, pulls it up right to the back of Mac Hannon. Hannon, a 30-time feature winner here at Wiscasset and a 2-time champion. Actually, 31 career wins. He's already won early this season. Looking to nail down his second and become the first repeat winner here in this division in 2026. Normally they'd be coming to the checkers, but this is the Pepsi Spotlight. 10 more laps to go. Hannon, Emery, and Burgess. 1, 2, 3. Chaz Briggs just on the outside looking in. Last time Sean Emery even finished on the podium was 3 years ago. He's been running a part-time schedule here since. Got some wounded warriors out there, some banged up race cars. Everyone chasing the 08 of Mac Hannon. Sure, he would love to win with his Fisher Snowplow gang in the house tonight. Third place may still be up for grabs. It's still pretty close between Chris Burgess and Chaz Briggs. As I said, Briggs was the opening day winner. 5 laps to go as they come by the flag stand this time. The lead is about a half a second for Mac Hannon. Chaz Briggs in the 82 actually had the fastest lap in this race at 17.53 seconds. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go when they come by this time. Mac Hannon still maintaining about a half-second advantage over Sean Emery. Emery is about a full second ahead of Chris Burgess in the 7. He's got some breathing room now. No pressure from behind from Chaz Briggs as the white laundry flies one more time around. Final time out of turn number 4. Checkers fly. Mac Hannon Jr. takes the win, becomes the first repeat winner this season in the Strickleys. So no doubt with the accidents and tough luck from our top drivers in this division tonight, be ready to check the point standings because things will tighten up considerably after tonight. Top 5 heading to the backstretch wall for a durometer check from the tech department. Coming out next, the Carver Driving Academy Crown Vics.
So, Ken, you say Mac's the first repeat winner of the season? Also glad to see Sean Emery up here. We haven't seen him in victory lane for quite some time. Mac's not even going to take the helmet off yet. He's climbing out, folks. Make some noise for Mac Hannon Jr. Hey, here, turn around there.
All right.
Represent Hoosier Tires there for us.
Appreciate it.
Hey, what a great night to pick up a win with a bunch of friends and coworkers in the house, huh?
Yeah, it was great. This draft thing we're doing for the drivers, cool idea we came up with. You know, it's David Getchell and Brent Roy. You know, it's great to see those guys. They're always digging. You know, it's a good way for them to get recognized for their hard work. They're here every week. They, like David, he's pro stock, late model, switching it back and forth. So, we can help them out some and get a little recognition on our sides. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool deal that Fisher's teaming up with.
I just heard your crew member say, once you get out in that clean air, this thing's a rocket. So is that what it felt like to you? You just need that clean air?
The big thing tonight was it was on the 2 or 3 lap run. Had to get some really heat into the tires. And but once you get going, like I said, me and Adam were talking on the radio and just settle in for 2 or 3 laps. And then once I get out there, I think it'll come to me. So.
Anybody else you want to thank on the 08 machine?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of people. You got Moonrise Confections, On the Road Trailers, Nitro Designs, of course Fisher Engineering. They're a huge part of this whole deal. Fowles Fabrication, Lakeside Performance, Union Redemption, Daisy Valley Racing. I couldn't do it with those guys down the pit. Great teammate with Scott. Sorry, stinks he broke. Sandy Main, Salinans, Body and Fender, Hogan Park Lanes. I said Fowles Fabrication. JJ's Garage, ASA, Main Energy Experts, Hoosier, and Chasing the Checkers. Yeah, it was a good night. We'll take it.
All right, there's Mac Hannon Jr., ladies and gentlemen. How about Sean Emery? First time in the top 3 for about 3 or 4 years. Sean, how's it feel, man?
Feels good. It's been a little while, a couple of years. You're right.
I saw you with your hands full a few times. Once on the front stretch here, you had to cross rate down to the bottom and had guys right behind you. That must have had you pucker up a little bit.
Yeah, just a complete lack of talent. I've just been lucky to get here.
All right, Sean, who helps you get here?
I got to help my father over here. He's the one that sets it up, makes this thing go. And I got to thank my wife. I forgot her last time, my son, and wish a happy birthday to my mother. She's over in the pits.
All right, great job to Sean Emery getting in the top 3 tonight. Chris Burgess, I think he led the most laps of the race, but had a great battle early on with Chuck Wagstaff and just started to fade there at the end. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I lost 2 spots on the day, so that's a net negative. But I got to thank my sponsors, Bob Gilman, Spencer Group Paving, Fast Racing Fabrication, my dad, my girlfriend, my son, Cole, Ethan. Ricky was here helping a little today. And my family, There's probably 30 or 40 of them here every single week. Half of them don't even like racing, but they still come to support us. So if it weren't for all those people, I wouldn't still be doing this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's Chris Burgess. Give them all a round of applause in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane. We'll get these guys up here in front of the 08. Chris Burgess and Sean Emery up in front of Matt Cannon Jr.'s ride for some top 3 photos. As we pluck out the winning 50-50 ticket, $563, ladies and gentlemen, $563 cash money. And as Ken mentioned, hold on to them. We're going to pluck out a second place ticket, as well as you also have a half hour to claim the cash, or we might have to draw off another cash winner as well. So Matt Cannon Jr. pulls out a yellow ticket, 315-976. Yellow ticket, 315-976. Bring it on over to Victory Lane for over $560 cash money. And hold on to those tickets for a little bit more. We've got a couple others to announce off.
We head under the lights here at Maine's biggest and fastest to roll out the Carver's Driving Academy Crown Vics. Ready to rock and roll now for 20 laps with the Crown Vics, their 4th of 6 races this season. Kevin Sherman is at the point in the number 11, with the outside going to Wayne Ripley in the number 09 out of Warren. Brian Robbins is in the number 60 out of Montville. Then comes Colby Westcott out of Winslow in the 4. Tucker Haskell from Saco in the number 35. Gerard Cody out of Auburn in the 05. Jesse Michaud out of Caribou in the 6, and Owen Barter from Boothbay in the number 96. For the Carver Driving Academy Crown Vics, here we go, green flag. Off and running is the 11 and the 09. They stay side by side. Been a long time since Wayne Ripley has been able to race here at Wiscasset. I got to dig back in the archives to find out when that was. Kevin Sherman grabs the lead away for himself. Ripley settles right back into second. Colby Westcott is third. The last time Wayne Ripley actually drove in a race, we raced a 4-cylinder pro race back in 2018. The last time that he raced regularly here at Wiscasset was 20 years ago. He's a 4-time winner in the Strictly's. He's won a couple Super Street races, 11 career wins. And everyone chasing Kevin Sherman. Sherman, as we've mentioned before, will race anything he can get his hands on here. Probably will have lost count in the different cars and disciplines of racing that he has run. Everything from enduros up to late model sportsmen. Wayne Ripley just set the fast lap of the race, 19.67 seconds. These guys hustling around this track at about a 68-mile-per-hour clip. Gets a nose in there. Sherman tries to squeeze him down, and they'll lock horns on the front stretch. Good hard-nosed racing between a couple veterans there at the lead pair. Colby Westcott's got the best seat in the house for that one. Wayne was actually here last Crown Vic race when we only had 3. Had some mechanical problems and was not able to race that night. Now he's got the lead and pulling away.
Yeah, hey Ken, you know what he blamed it on? I asked him before the races. He said the gas station that he fueled up at on the way here had bad water in their fuel. There was water in his fuel tank.
Ah, bummer, but he's ready to show that thing off today. Just check back in the archives and can confirm it's been 22 years since his last win here at Wiscasset. Appreciate these Crown Vic racers coming to join us once again as we've scheduled them for a handful of flex races this year, and the possibility of this class becoming a regular division next year. Kevin Sherman reloading for another try, looks to the outside now, trying to cross over. There goes the 6 down pit road. That's Jesse Michaud. A little bit of breathing room now for Wayne Ripley. They'll have 5 laps to go when they come to the stripe. Ripley trying to become the 4th different winner out of 4 races. Colby Westcott all alone in the 3rd spot, but he's been on the podium for each race this season. A pair of 3rd place finishes and a 2nd place finish. Kevin Sherman's best finish was a 2nd place run back on opening day, or their first race. This time by 2 laps to go on the number 09 of Wayne Ripley. White Laundry ready to fly one more time around this 3/8 mile track. And a sizable half straightaway lead will bring him around turn 4 one more time. Checkered flag flies. Wayne Ripley takes the win. Ripley with the win. Kevin Sherman second. Colby Westcott third. Tucker Haskell fourth. And Brian Robbins fifth. Our fourth different winner in 4 Crown Vic races this season. Telling the guys to take their cool down lap before they come back around. The Ripley name has been synonymous with Wiscasset Speedway since its beginning in 1969. This guy's father, Doug Ripley, was a inaugural Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Famer. His brother, Darren Ripley, one of the winningest drivers in this track's history. And 22 years since this guy's paraded a checkered flag around Wiscasset Speedway. This will be his 12th career win here. First ran this track back in 1987.
Way to be, buddy!
And the cheers down there, and we're ready to send things down to Nick Huff and see if this old guy can get himself out of the car and celebrate here. It's been a while. Here he comes.
Wayne Ripley, ladies and gentlemen.
Driver, buddy!
All right.
Hey!
He drove it and he sent it. Didn't you, Wayne? You sent it in there hard, bud.
I sent it, all right. And
Sir-
I didn't look back.
Yeah. You certainly didn't have water in the fuel this tonight. Lots of hugs and kisses down here. Oh, my goodness. Wayne, tell us about that slick move to take the lead.
It was a little rough, but he probably ain't too pleased with me, but I had to go. That was my chance.
I guess we'll find out. Who do you got to thank that helps get you here?
Oh, mainly Concrete Pumping, Tyler's Towing in Waldoboro. Bill Ward and his son, they've been a big help to me this year. And R&R Sheds in Waldoboro, my other brother Dana, and my parents. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be out here. So, thank you everybody for coming.
Yeah, buddy. Kevin Sherman, fair move or not?
Well, you know, it's Oxford. Oxford guys. That's all I got to say.
Hey, who do you got to thank that helps get you here in the 11 ride?
Man, I got a lot of people to thank. Today we had a limited crew, but the Norm's Used Cars car and my family, my girlfriend Crystal, she's always out here hardcore for me. I was going to dedicate, if I win, I was going to dedicate it to my grandmother who passed away just recently, but I'll dedicate a second to her. She'd still be proud.
All right, there's Kevin Sherman, ladies and gentlemen, settles for second place tonight. And Colby Westcott takes third. Colby, did you take third last time too? 2 thirds in a row?
Every time we've raced here, I've got on the podium. I've got 2. This is my second, third, and second place. Just need a couple more spots. But it was a fun race. Those guys battled hard for the lead there. Just didn't have quite enough, but we'll go back to the garage and try to find more speed.
Who do you got to thank on the 4 car?
I got a bunch of people to thank. I got to thank my dad, my mom, my girlfriend for coming, my sister Kelly, Sammy for coming, Craig, Pete, all my sponsors, Reardon Brothers Construction, Central Maine Motors, Central Maine Equipment and Power Sports, Fuller Logging, Tony's Donuts, and Carly's Cuts. Thanks for coming out, guys.
All right, and Colby, it's my understanding you sponsored the kids' bikes tonight, so thank you very much to Colby Westcott for sponsoring the Kids Club bikes tonight. And that is our top 3 for the Carver's Driving Academy Crown Vics. We did find our 50-50 cash winner. Congratulations to Michael Williams tonight. But I've got a $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card to give away to Red Ticket 801-897. Red Ticket 801-897. Come and see me in Victory Lane, please, for a $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card.
And here come the Creative Cleanouts Modifieds. Creative Cleanouts by Josh sponsor the Sport Modifieds at Wiscasset Speedway. They'll go their regular 30-lap distance. Got some Kids Club winners we'll read off. Let's see if we can get a few of them. Hudson Wentworth, Sydney Dinsmore, Jackson Watson, Ella Mae Slack, Addison Graffam, Lucas Marble, Kaylee Crooker, and Mason Robinson. Go see Penny at the Kids Club table. Lineup for this one will go with Jackson Moorside out of Arundel in the number 88. Then comes Faith Cleaves out of Durham in the number 89. Alec Brown is out of Hope in the number 39. Then comes Adam Chadbourne, the 7-time champion, in the number 1 out of Woolwich. Then comes the number 21. It's the Delano Motorsports car driven by Kyle Hewins out of Oxford. Then comes Scott Tucker in the 79 out of Winthrop. Zach Bowie out of Poland in the number 6. And Jeremy Davis out of Tamworth, New Hampshire in the number 60. Jeff Meserve from Saco in the number 44. Biggest field of sport mods this season. Lights are off on the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car. Dave Sturgis ready to turn them loose. Jackson Moorside and Faith Cleaves coming to the green. Moorside shakes off the challenge and hauls him down the backstretch. Around goes the 39 of Alec Brown. Scoreboard says 1 complete, but back it up to the original starting lineup. So no lap complete on that one. Again, our Kids Club winners, we had Hudson Wentworth, Sydney Dinsmore, Jackson Watson, Ella Mae Slack, Addison Graffam, Lucas Marble, Kaylee Crooker, and Mason Robinson. Go see Penny at the Kids Club table, please. They have been re-racked, and we're going this time. Young Jackson Moorside in the number 88 will lead him back to the green. 3 wide into the turn. Kyle Hewins, high, wide, and handsome in the 21, gets out around from 4th into 2nd. The kid in the 88 holding strong against the number 21, the division's top winner. Hewins takes the lead in turn number 2. Kyle Hewins, a 3-time winner this season. Around goes the number 79 is Scott Tucker, and Jeff Meserve catches the tail end, cuts down a left front tire, and ends up with slight contact on the turn 2 wall. They'll get a push truck on the 44. Might have to roll a wreck or two just in case. Meserve almost made it by the 79, but couldn't quite. Like I said, cut down a left front tire.
Yeah, that's right, Ken. It couldn't have gotten any closer than that. Meserve thought he was clear to scoot around, and I think he just nicked the left front just as lightly as you possibly could, and still cut it down. And then he couldn't turn, locked up the brakes as hard as he could to make the contact with the wall as gentle as possible, but couldn't keep it off completely.
This modified division tied at the top as always. Adam Chadbourne came into the weekend with a 4-point lead over Kyle Hewins. Rare that Chadbourne is still gunning for his first feature win of the season. He has not finished P1 yet this year. It's Wiscasset Speedway's second all-time feature winner with 83 career wins. Nothing here in 2026. Hewins has been a 3-time winner. They actually, after that third win, they did pull the motor on the number 21 and sent it to the dyno for testing, and it did pass. We've got a couple really talented rookies in this class. Alec Brown and Jackson Moorside separated by just 8 points in the Rookie of the Year chase. Brown with 2 feature wins. Moorside got 3 podium finishes, but not a win yet.
Hey, Ken, we've got a racing night coming up on Tuesday, August 18th with the Sea Dogs in Portland. Enjoy a 9-inning vacation at the Portland Sea Dogs this summer. Catch the future stars for the Red Sox, Slugger the Sea Dog, and lots of family-friendly entertainment. Be sure to join us with the Sea Dogs on Tuesday, August 18th for racing night at the park with Wiscasset Speedway. Tickets can be found at www.seadogs.com.
Yeah, Jackson Moorside will actually have his modified on display down there for racing night. Gonna have 2 or 3 other drivers. The pace car will be there. Our friends from the Maine Vintage Race Car Association will be there.
Lots of stuff happening here at Wiscasset. There's something different every week. Like Ken has said, we've got NEMA's coming next week. We've got Fan Appreciation Night the week after. And then in just a little over a month is the doubleheader Boss Hog Weekend. So keep up with everything that's happening here at WiscassetSpeedway.com.
Ready to go back green. Robin downstairs at the souvenir booth says somebody's lost a cell phone that's been turned in, so go see her. Hammer down once again as Kyle Hewins retakes the lead. Brings Adam Chadbourne with him up to second. Problems again. Someone got turned around right in front of the field and the 6 hard into the wall. It looks like Jackson Moorside, the one that got turned around.
Yeah, that was a tight situation between Jeremy Davis and Jackson Moorside fighting for the bottom going into 1. And these things are open-wheeled with no fenders, so Zach Bowie caught a tire and got airborne in the 6 car.
All right, driver is okay and up out of the car and assessing the damage on the right front of that number 6 machine, making his first appearance of the season. Been running the Pass Modified Tour for the bulk of this season. So another Pro Body Works cleanup and a busy night for our safety crew. This one coming out with 4 laps complete. We'll finish up the show with the regular feature for the late models and road runners tonight. As I said, it's a stacked bill of racing for you tonight. And yeah, Nick was mentioning a lot of big races still to come. NEMA night next week and Group 2 Fan Appreciation Night in 2 weeks. And not too far away from Labor Day weekend doubleheader. Crown Vics will be back in the house on Saturday night, and of course the $10,000 to win Nitro Trailer Boss Hog 150 on Sunday, September 6th. Then you get into September, it's championship season and the running of the Strictly Shootout.
These are your Sport Modifieds, brought to you by Creative Cleanouts by Josh. Take back your space the right way with Josh. If your garage, basement, or spare room has turned into a someday project, call Creative Cleanouts by Josh. He handles junk removal, estate cleanouts, rental turnovers, and he makes sure items are recycled, donated, or disposed of responsibly whenever possible. Take back your space and feel good about where it all goes. Creative Cleanouts by Josh, serving Mid-Coast, Maine. And the official sponsor of the Sport Mods at Wiscasset Speedway.
I'm not sure if we got somebody claim that phone yet, but I'll remind you again, Robin says they got a cell phone that was turned in downstairs at the souvenir booth. Speaking of the Boss Hog 150, don't forget you can see Robin as well to sponsor laps in the Boss Hog 150. I believe we are in the neighborhood of around 40 laps left to fill in that one. Plus, we've got some contingency awards we're looking to fill.
I'm still trying to give away a $20 Wiscasset Speedway gift card. Looking for red ticket holder 801897. Come see me up in the booth with red ticket 801897.
Jeremy Davis with a flat right front tire on the number 60. He'll head it back down pit road. Nice to have Jeremy in town with us from Tamworth, New Hampshire.
How about some happy birthdays and anniversaries, Ken? I want to wish a happy birthday to Dave McLaughlin, Andrew McLaughlin's dad. Glad to have the McLaughlin family back at Wiscasset Speedway. Happy 65th to Dave McLaughlin. Happy 47th anniversary to Ken and Estelle Carey. Ken, do you know those people?
I do. They were longtime Team Wiscasset members. And
happy 39th birthday to Jenny Babine. Ken, they put 39 in parentheses. Do you think that means like her second or her third 39th birthday?
It could be, yeah.
That's usually how it goes. How about a happy 4th birthday to Averill Curtis? Happy 4th to Averill. Happy birthday to Alan Hopkins. And happy birthday to Barry Brown last week. Barry Brown, happy birthday.
Yeah, and I've got one right here from downstairs. Happy birthday to Kate Schmidt from Shelley. I'm glad you mentioned Alan Hopkins. I saw him down there a little bit earlier when we were in intermission, and that's Paul Hopkins' dad, and we always make sure we wish Alan a happy birthday. I forgot to wish my grandson James a happy birthday last week while we were working, but he just turned 15 just a 3 days ago on the 27th. So. Sweep crew finishing up their work up at the top of turn 2, and we are just about ready to get back underway. Infield manager Larry St. Pierre says just got to run the drivers through that speedy dry a couple times up in turn 2. So on this restart, the top 2 in the class will go heads up once again. Adam Chadbourne maintaining a 2-point lead coming into this feature. Kyle Hewins is a 2-time street stock champion here at Wiscasset and actually won last year's past modified championship as a rookie. Another one of those drivers who will wheel just about anything he can get his hands on. Not uncommon to see him wheel a late model or a pro stock when he gets a chance. Dave Sturgis ready to turn him loose once again. Johnny Black will bring the pace car back to the infield. Here we go. Green flag. Heads up battle between the top 2 in the class down the back chute. Hewins with the preferred lane on the inside, but Chadbourne staying right there with him. Little advantage now for the 21 as they get to turn 3. Chadbourne's going to keep it up on the high side. Chadbourne crosses over, gets a fender underneath as they get to turn 3. Little bit of contact. Side by side they go again. Good save. Chadbourne backed out of it to let him correct it, and Hewins drifted it through turn 3 and 4. Kyle right there on his back bumper now. It has been a while since Adam Chadbourne has won a race here. But Kyle Hewins will make him earn it if it's going to happen. The race back for third has Faith Cleaves holding that spot right now. Jeremy Davis back up into 4th. Jackson Moorside 5th right now. All eyes on that lead pair. Chadbourne keeping that low side covered. Hewins was trying to load up for a run on the inside. Things heating up for that third place battle as well between Faith Cleaves and Jeremy Davis. 2 tight battles for podium positions on the line. They'll complete lap 14 this time by the stripe. Chadbourne still hugging the rail. Hewins came out under the flag stand and lost about 3 car lengths now. But we are only halfway this time by. 15 down, 15 to go. Chadbourne's lead up to 0.7 of a second now. Still a tight battle for third. Cleves and Davis. It's been a while since Faith Cleves has been on the podium as well. Chadbourne won the season finale last year. Seems like Kyle Hewins has kind of backed off a little bit on any challenge to the race leader. Inside the final 10. Faith Cleves with a little bit of breathing room now as Jeremy Davis has to contend with the 88 of Jackson Moorside. Faith Cleves has not been on the podium yet this year. That lead continues to grow. It's just a little over a full second now for Adam Chadbourne. Five laps to go when they come to the stripe this time. Now's the time to see if Kyle Hewins has anything for Adam Chadbourne. Hewins has cut it down to 0.6 of a second. It is almost crunch time. Still remains at 0.6 of a second. The interval between Chadbourne and Hewins. This time by 2 laps to go. Check this battle for third. Faith Cleves has still got it. Jeremy Davis on the outside and Jackson Moorside back behind with 1 lap to go. Final time down through turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag will fly for Adam Chadbourne. Hewins is second. Here comes your race for third. Faith Cleves will take the spot. A race-long battle for third, and Faith Cleves will get her first podium finish of the season. Great battles between the lead pair and the final 3 vying for that last spot in victory lane. And let's send things down trackside. Nick Huff has got your winner.
He got it done, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Adam Chadbourne. Oh man, after this season, it's got to feel like your very first win ever, doesn't it, Adam?
It does, man. It was a hard fought to get a win this year. We've had a lot of tough luck and some good hard racing, and it's nice to just finally have things line up. I got into the 21, but I had the spot, and he came down. It is what it is. Racing happens. I slowed up, let him gather it up, but yeah, man, it was great. Good run.
Career win number 84. And the all-time winning number is 87. You're 3 away from tying.
How many races we got left?
Plenty enough to get 3, right?
Yeah, I hope so, man. I'm coming for you, Scott.
Yeah, he's right up there.
I gotta thank my sponsors: Ben Shot Realtor, Lynn Springs Service, Bearded Builder, Shop to Shore Carpentry, Dresden Takeout, Central Maine Seal Coating, Shoreline Auto Detailing, Norm's Used Cars, Midcoast Glass and Windows, Koenig's Auto Clinic, Aftermarket F&I, Napa Bath, Booth Bay, and Wiscasset. I gotta thank my crew, my dad, my girlfriend, my mom. Thanks for all the fans for coming, supporting us. Thanks.
All right, career win 84 for Adam Chadbourne. And Kyle Hewins. Tell us about that pass for the lead.
It was a lot of fun. Chadbourne's been really good. Just a lot of bad luck on his part and things not going his way through traffic. So he don't earn 84 wins without being good, you know. He's the guy we came to beat. Tried to beat him to the front. We did a great job at that. Just a little bit too tight. He was there and tried to pinch him down, but had to give it to him. I didn't want to race him dirty. A lot of respect for him. We've had a few mishaps, but we've been racing real clean lately, and he's the guy to beat. So I've been fortunate enough to win 3 races out of the last 5, so he was bound to win one eventually.
That's right, Kyle Hewins, great race, putting on a show for the fans. Who do you want to thank on the 21 car?
I got to thank the crew, Scotty, Scott, Wayne, Andy, Jay, everybody that helps. Midcoast Payroll and Accounting's here tonight. Got to thank them. Mike's Auto's here. I got to thank them guys. They've been supporting me a lot, so I really appreciate that. Charlie's Honda, Reggie's Skidoo, Midcoast Diesel, Whipper's Pizza, Susie Masonry, Midcoast Waterproofing, Grendel's Transport, Lash Lobster, ABI, Masonry. There's a bunch. If I forgot you this time, I'll try to remember you next time. Thank you.
Kyle Hewins, ladies and gentlemen. And now on to Faith Cleaves. Make some noise for the 89. Faith, you're back in the top 3. How's this one feel? It was certainly hard fought, and you earned it.
Yeah, that was a really good race, a lot of fun, and I'm glad to be back here. For sure.
How's it feel with somebody as accomplished as like Jeremy Davis on your butt there trying to get you?
It's definitely nerve-wracking. Just don't want to mess up or overdrive, but also can't keep looking in your mirror, so just have to keep trying.
Great job. Who do you got to thank on the 89 car?
I'm going to have to take this. Tom Moulton Paving, Curtis Lawn and Yard Care, Anderson Landscaping, Pat's Pizza, Dan Bowie, Sharp Landscape, Thayer's Automotive, BNC Concrete, Paul Pinkham Auto Repair, Ben Tinker, TNL Automotive, my dad, my boyfriend, and all of our friends for coming out today.
One more time for Faith Cleaves and Kyle Hewins and Adam Chadbourne. Sport Mods, brought to you by Creative Cleanouts by Josh, Victory Lane. Victory Lane presented by Coastal Auto Parts Napa. All right, we've already seen these last 2 classes once today. We're gonna see them again. It's feature time number 2 for the Roadrunners, followed by the late models coming at ya. Back up to Ken Minot.
You
Roadrunners presented by Tuttle's Energy out of Richmond. 25 laps the regular distance tonight for the Roadrunners in their regular scheduled feature race. Lineup has Keegan Murray at the point in the 07 out of Boothbay. Then comes Keegan Layton out of Auburn in the 52. Jarity out of Augusta in the number 71. Then comes Jason Meservey out of Warren in the 57. Jason Main is the 66 from Whitefield. Lucas Bickford out of Thorndike in the 77. Logan Weir out of Minot in the number 43. Then comes Carl Conan, Eric Powell, Allison Graffam in the 23, Paul Hopkins in the 7X. Kerrigan Glazier in the 99, Jason Sears, your point leader, in the 11. And folks, after going airborne and on his roof, Hayden Carver is in the race driving the number 99X here in the feature race. Hayden is in that red number 99. Appreciate whoever loaned him that ride as he comes into the weekend third in points in this division, or fourth in points, that is. Ready to rock and roll with the Roadrunners. Green flag is out. Sending them out 3 wide right from the drop of the flag, and the 7 of Carl Conan is dropping anchor as he goes up from the lead pack all the way to the back of the field. Trouble for the 5 gets turned around, but everyone's still going, so hey, let's stay green. Here we go. No, we got one up against the wall in the backstretch, but he's able to drive away. Cars all over the place. They finally get it all worked out. The 5 of Eric Powell is the one that paid the price, and there goes Hayden Carver down pit road. He'll call it a night. Good to see him back out there. And then here comes Eric Powell in the 5. He's the first one that spun to start that little melee over there. Keegan Murray leading the way in the number 07. .52 had an early lead, and he ends up dropping out. Keegan Murray in just his second season here in the Roadrunners has a sizable lead right now, about 2.1 seconds over Jason Meservey in the 57 and then Jarity in the 71. Jason Meservey all alone in that second spot. It's been a while since he's been on the podium. His last podium appearance came 4 years ago in 2022. And his best career finish was a third. Things tightening up around that third place battle. Jaridy's got it, but he's got Allison Graffam in the 23. Jason Sears, Logan Weir, all chasing him down. Lucas Bickford in the 77. Jarity now with another challenge on the outside by the 77 of Lucas Bickford. Keegan Murray has built up a full straightaway lead now of 3.5 seconds over Jason Meservey. Halfway this time by the stripe on the number 07. Now Gavin Giroux is the next driver who will take a shot at third place as he pulls up alongside Jarity. That battle is for third place right now, and Giroux will drive around him and take over third. Allison Graffam follows into fourth, but Jarity fighting back, one of his best runs in that number 71. These guys running a regular 25-lap feature race this evening. Their second of the day. I guess Hayden Carver ended up coming back out on the track. He is currently in the 14th position. Now Logan Weir in the 43 is off the pace, but he gets up out of line. Got a couple cars slowing down on the track. There goes Hayden Carver once again. There's your leader, Keegan Murray in the 07. Jason Meservey runs in second in the number 57. Followed by Gavin Giroux in the number 02. Meservey looking to turn in his career best finish of second. He does have a couple of third place runs that came 4 years ago. Yeah, but Gavin Giroux will take that spot away from him. That'll put Meservey back into third. Half a straightaway behind them, Allison Graffam has the fourth position. Graffam in fourth, Jason Sears in fifth. As we are inside the final 5 laps of this feature race for the Roadrunners. Two and a half seconds the lead now for Keegan Murray. Gavin Giroux caught in behind a couple lap cars. Not going to help his cause trying to chase down the leader. Plus the fact there's only 2 laps to go this time by. White flag ready to fly one more time around for Keegan Murray. Gavin Giroux is definitely faster, but he is definitely running out of time. Checkered flag, ready to fly. Keegan Murray will get his first career win. And how about the Tuttle Energy Roadrunners going caution-free for both features tonight at Wiscasset Speedway? And we got ourselves a first-time winner tonight as well, as Keegan Murray will join the list of winners here at Wiscasset Speedway. His first career win. Unfortunately, we gave away a lot of first-time winner flags recently, so we're going to have to do an IOU on Keegan's first-time winner flag, but we'll make sure he gets it. One more race to go tonight, folks. It's the Wood Pellet Warehouse Late Model Sportsman. Wood Pellet Warehouse Late Models will finish off the show tonight. And with that, let's send things down trackside. Nick Huff has got your top three.
First win ever at Maine's biggest and fastest track for this guy. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Keegan Murray. Yeah, Keegan, great run. Did you have some fun out there?
Oh yeah, I did.
How's it feel picking up a victory here?
Well, it's the first and it feels really good. Yeah, for sure. It's been a ride.
Anybody that helps you get here in the 07?
My dad, my mom, my girlfriend, really all my supporters, Footbridge Brewery, Riptide, David Murray Home Repair, Cottage Care, Harley Canico, and Lickety Split Firewood.
All right, there he is, folks. Keegan Murray, certainly excited to get his first checkered flag at Wiscasset. Gavin Giroux, maybe just a few laps short. Them caution-free races make it tough, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I get a little spun around at first. I'm glad I was able to catch it back up, but I'm glad to see you win. Good to see a new person win every week, so that's good.
All right, a first earlier today and a second for a great average on the evening. Who do you got to thank?
Chip Farrington, my family, my girlfriend, my little brother Jack, Scout Egan Tire, R&J Properties, North Country Car Wash.
All right, there he is, Gavin Giroux, ladies and gentlemen. And Allison Graffam in the 23 snatches up third on the very final lap. Tell us about that last lap pass, Allison.
Oh, I saw him going up every lap, and I was like, oh, it's going to be close. So it was. And unfortunately, he didn't make it. So.
You having fun out there joining the class with your sister?
For sure, for sure. Someday we're going to be up here together, but for now we're taking turns.
Yeah, it's been a totally different season than last year for her, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. They've had a lot of struggles this year.
All right, anybody you want to thank on your car?
I got to thank my dad for supplying the car, working endless hours, my husband for getting us here, and everybody for the support.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's your top three for Roadrunner feature number 2. Let's get him up in front of the 07 for some top 3 photos in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane as the final class for the evening pulls out of the pits behind the Norms Used Cars Ford Mustang.
Bring them out, bring them out, bring them out. It's hard to yell when the back rail's in your mouth. Bring them out, bring them out. Hey. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Hey. Bring them out, bring them out.
Wood Pellet Warehouse late model sportsman to finish up the show tonight. We've got one that's come to a stop over in turn one as we get ready to cross the cars over. Believe that's the, no, whoever it is, it's running now, ready to pull away. We've got David Getchell in the number 88. He was your winner of the Fisher Draft Keep Grinding Award earlier on today. Then to the outside, the 05 of Brett Osmond. The 13 is Chase Burgess out of Fairfield. Then the number 26, Brent Roy out of Vassalboro. Lights are off on the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car, ready to turn them loose. This time with Getchell and Osmond, 40 laps for the late models. David Getchell will lead him first time around with Osmond on the outside. Burgess in tow in the number 13. Shane Clark coming into the picture in the number 21. Brent Roy back to 5th. Roy's got his hands full as he's caught on the outside. Ben Burgess in the number 7 right there in the thick of the action. Burgess up into the 5th position. Brent Roy to his outside in 6th. Frank Moulton on the outside looking in. He's in the 15. They'll complete lap 4 this time by. Brett Osmond starting to turn up the pressure, gets a nose underneath, but Getchell shuts the door on him in turn 3. Shane Clark chasing that car up right out under the flag stand. Trying to hold on to the 4th position as Ben Burgess tries to take that away. There goes Ben Erskine down pit road. In the meantime, Brett Osmond has taken over the lead. He's going to bring Chase Burgess with him up to 2nd. Getchell trying to hang on there on the outside. Gets it back down in line. He'll hold on to 3rd. Now Shane Clark with some open racetrack up on the high side. And we've got a caution as we've got one into the tire wall there in turn number 1. Nick Morton in the 00. As we are under red flag condition for the 3rd time tonight. All right, Nick Morton checking out okay with our track EMT Colby Robbins. Been a bit of a rough night here for the late models as well, doing double duty. Another Pro Body Works cleanup here. This one coming with 8 laps complete. Our safety crew on the scene there, as always, to make sure our driver's okay. They'll clear the scene as the Wiscasset Fire Department guys will head back to the infield. Nick Morton had been on a pretty strong run of races recently. I had misspoken earlier saying he had a top 3 with the Pro Stock. It was actually a 5th place finish, but still a great run in his Pro Stock debut last week. They're bringing up the forklift to reposition those tires. Or to pick up the car. I'm not sure which yet. Dave Knowles and crew with the AC Towing have been busy this evening. Hey, folks, I did want to remind you that if you're looking for some racing action tomorrow, head up to Exit 43 in Richmond to join our friends at LST Motorsports Park. The Mainly Karting gang will be back in action tomorrow afternoon. Racing starts at 12 noon. An exciting little place is a 1/6-mile, really fast go-kart track. Their final tune-up race before their big one coming up next Friday, which is the annual DKR 50 presented by Derek Nealand and JM Builders. You can be there next Friday night to catch a $5,000 to win go-kart race, as it attracts top drivers from all over the Northeast, and we've had drivers come from as far away as Georgia to come up to run in the DKR. So Steve Perry and the crew up there are doing a great job. Would appreciate you supporting our partners with Mainly Karting. We'll have all the official results of today's action on our website, WiscassetSpeedway.com. And beginning of the week, be sure to look for points updates and how things are shaping up as we head into the month of August. This is week 16, so we're coming down, heading toward the home stretch. Yes, and that's also where you get the official recap of the action from Chasing the Checkered. Amy and all her great work. Looks like they will, in fact, pick up the 0-0 of Nick Morton and bring him back to the pit that way. And we'll get the late models fired back up and get them rolling again and get the lineup set. early in this one, so might not be surprising to see a couple of cars heading for pit road for work. Yeah, there goes Will Collins in the 25 and Connor Wenners in the 4. As race control working on the realignment.
Yeah, so Ken, Nick Morton's car might look worse than it actually is. Like, to the naked eye, it doesn't look like it tweaked the frame any. It just looks like a whole lot of bolt-on stuff, bumpers, crash panels, bodywork, a radiator. But you know, you won't know until you actually put it on an alignment or something. But to the naked eye, it doesn't look crazy tweaked. Nick was just very down in the dumps over there. He said that it was all by himself, just drove it in too hard, got up in the marbles, lost it up there into the tractor tires, and possibly those 2 tractor tires that he clobbered might have relieved some of the impact into the concrete. They did their job for sure, and they kind of bounced onto the track surface, so we've got some extra crew up there pushing them back where they belong. But yeah, Nick, he wasn't blaming anybody or mad at anybody. He was just down in the dumps about himself, he said.
All right, appreciate the work from Dave Knowles and crew and our infield crew. They'll vacate the scene and we'll cross the cars up and get ready to get back at it. Brett Osmond and Chase Burgess, your new dance partners, up on the front row. David Getchell will restart 3rd, Shane Clark 4th, Ben Burgess 5th, with Frankie Moulton on the outside in the 6th starting position. Brett Osmond, 1 career late model win came last season, right about this point in the year, late July. And here we go once again. Green flag is... They got it. Chase Burgess just schooled him on that start and drove around him. Osmond trying to get that spot back now, right to the back end of the number 13. Side by side back there for 3rd, Shane Clark and Frank Moulton. Moulton drives around the 21 and into 3rd place. Shane Clark back to 4th, and now Jonathan Emerson into the top 5. Emerson, your winner earlier this afternoon. Emerson gets a nose underneath Clark and will move up a spot to take over fourth. Chase Burgess with the lead, but the man on the move is Frank Moulton. He is around Osmond and into second. Moulton gunning for his third win of the season, and he has got a ton of momentum on the high side. Chase Burgess trying to hold on to the lead, but he has got a fast car to his outside, and Frank Moulton will drive around him and take over the lead to finish lap 17. That puts Burgess back to second, Osmond third, Emerson is fourth, Clark is fifth. We'll hit halfway this time by the stripe. 20 laps down, 20 laps to go for Frank Moulton as he continues to pull away. Frank started this race back in 8th as Randy Barker heads down pit road. Moulton started this race 8th, and now he has got the lead. He took it 17 laps into the race. Chase Burgess had a taste of the lead. He's looking to nail down his career best finish. He was on the podium in 3rd about a month ago. But Burgess will likely have some company in a minute as the 24 of Jonathan Emerson is closing in within a couple car lengths now. Half straightaway lead for Frank Moulton. It's 1.6 seconds over Chase Burgess. This late model division will have center stage with the Pepsi Spotlight in 2 weeks. In a 75 lapper. But they put down nearly 100 laps tonight. That battle for second now starting to heat up. Jonathan Emerson setting up shop on the high side of Chase Burgess. Been a good night for Jonathan Emerson. He started this race back in 15th and is now racing for second with 10 laps to go. Emerson's got a long way to go to catch that race leader, Frank Moulton, and time is winding down. They'll have 8 laps to go this time by the stripe. Brett Osmond dropping out of this one. He had an early lead in the race, and he will drop out with 8 laps to go, now 7 to go. Nobody touching that number 15 once he got out front. Five laps to go when they come back to the flag stand. Andrew McLaughlin will drop out of the race. He had been running in the 6th position. Front 5 remain the same though. Lap times nearly identical for the 15 and the 24. And they'll have 2 laps to go this time by the stripe. 2 to go on the number 15 of Frank Moulton. Moulton will pick his way around the 26 of Brent Roy in the final circuit. One more time down through turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag flies for Frank Moulton. Frank Moulton with win number 3 on the season. Jonathan Emerson from last in the field up to race to 2nd, and Chase Burgess matches his career best in the number 13. Chase, the young son of multi-time winner and Unity champion Jeff Burgess, and grandson of Hall of Famer Butch Burgess. As Nick Huff will set things up in Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane one more time. Top 3 head here to Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane, our final of the night. And a 3-time winner, the point leader, having a good evening. Top 2 in the class had a good evening, taking the 2 races tonight. And this young 3rd, 4th generation racer, Chase Burgess, bringing it home on Victory Lane. Let's send things trackside one more time with Nick Huff.
Make some noise for Frank Moulton. Oh man, Frank. After that first feature and you hit the wall just ever so slightly, I mean, did you think that there was something more catastrophic happening to the car after that?
Yeah, I came on the radio and I told Dad we were done. I figured it was like last year, we wouldn't be able to race, but I got out and I looked at it and it was right front, body damage and stuff, and I just told him to throw a tire on it. We actually cut a left rear at the end of that feature, so that kind of hindered our finish also.
So she was slowly going down at the end of that feature?
Yeah, I had like 7 pounds in it at the end of the day, at the end of the race. So, yeah, I'm just really glad to be up here. I'm glad that everybody's hard work paid off. My sister Kayla finally came here for a win, so she's not bad luck anymore. Just everybody that helps me, I'm so blessed. I cut 3 tires. I didn't buy one because my sister, Becky bought one, my sister, Kayla bought the other one, and then Survey Inc. bought the other one. I'm extremely blessed, all the help I get, and I have the best dad in the world. Me and him just show up here alone all the time, and to be able to do all this is amazing. My wife, my mom, my whole family, all the kids that come, Kayla and Alec, Becky, Luke, Chat, just everybody that helps. This is so awesome.
All right, awesome job, Frank Moulton. Well, Jonathan Emerson gets the best average on the evening, just like that Roadrunner double feature. Gavin Giroux won the first one, second in the second one. Good average on the night, John.
Yeah, it was a good night. We needed a caution, maybe had something for Frank, I don't really know. It was a little looser this time go around, but I really thank the guys for helping me all day. Portland Glass, Emerson Pilot Cars, Tick Patrol, ABG Heating and Plumbing, Triple K Excavation, Highland Green, Emerson Pilot Cars, just Yankee Yardworks, everyone that helps me back at the pits, and we'll be back in 2 weeks, and hopefully we're where the 15 is again.
All right, nice job, Jonathan Emerson. On the podium both times. And then this guy gets his second top 3 in his first full-time late model season. Chase, what's going on with you here?
I had food poisoning. I was puking before we went out, so I was just trying to make it the full 40.
Did a heck of a job lasting that long and staying up there with the front runners.
Thank you. I was trying to hang with Frankie and Jonathan, but I just got a little loose, so I wasn't trying to push my luck.
Yeah, and you were real quick on a restart there one time, so it doesn't seem like you were slouching too much.
Yeah, I knew what I had to do to get in this position, and I was just going to do anything I had to do.
Any sponsors you want to thank on the 13 for your second top 3 of the season?
Yeah, first off, I would like to thank my dad for all the work he puts in, my mom, Rodney, my auntie Steph, Mimi, Chelsea, my auntie Jen, Jaden, Ashton, Bristol, Grammy, Austin, and Brody. And my grandpa right there, and Herb right there. Yeah, but I would also like to thank Carson Brown Motorsports, Marshall's Automotive Machine Shop, R. Lancaster and Sons Tree Stump Removal, Burgess Racing Fabrication, Colson's Car Care, LL Consulting, and Strictly Roofing for getting me here.
All right, and I thought of one more thing. I know that your mom, Naya, keeps the food stocked at the trailer, so it wasn't something she made, was it?
No, I had some chicken tenders, and they did not sit right.
All right, folks, that's Chase Burgess and Jonathan Emerson and Frank Moulton wrapping up the evening. It's been a spectacular night, and we are so glad you stuck it out to the very end with us at Maine's biggest and fastest track. One more time, I'm going to send it back up to Ken Minot.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Huff. Thank you to Team Wiscasset for all your hard work. We got an awesome team here at this racetrack, and it takes a lot of people to put on this show and make everything work, from the concession crews, the gates, souvenirs, everywhere. The infield crew, a lot of great people that make this place go. So if you see someone with a Team Wiscasset shirt, be sure to thank them for what they do here to keep this racetrack running for you. One final time on behalf of Richard and Vanessa Jordan and the entire team here at Wiscasset Speedway, thank you for coming. Hope you can make it up to Richmond up there at exit 43 tomorrow for some mainly karting. If not, we'll see you next weekend for Ames True Value NEMA Night here at Wiscasset Speedway. Good night.